Thank you for joining us this evening, or shall I say good evening. Thank you for joining us. We got a packed house. It's really nice to see all the faces in the crowd. We got our cheerleaders with us, which is very exciting. When we'll be getting to you ladies here very shortly. Um, we are here for a Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education regular board meeting. It is Wednesday, April 8th. For the record, it is 6:10 PM. I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Here.
Okay, the next item, before everybody rises, is our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Layton. We have a special guest with us tonight.
President Flores, Secretary Trujillo, members of the board, tonight for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Land Acknowledgement Statement, we have Sierra Martinez, a sixth grader from Taos Middle School, who might I say is fresh from a track meet. You just got it from a track meet, right?
She ran over here.
Yeah, she ran over here. She placed third in the mile and she also competed in the 800. Well, Sierra, her parents are Joey Martinez and Candace Thomas. She's an active student athlete. She's involved in cheerleading, Taos Extreme Cheerleading Basketball, cross country, track, SWAC basketball. Sierra has two siblings, Ray, who attends fifth grade at Ranchos Elementary, and Cameron, who's a ninth grader at THS at the high school. What Sierra enjoys most about Taos Middle School is the teachers because they're all nice, caring, and hopeful. So please let us all welcome Sierra Martinez.
And if we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Miss Sierra will lead us in our pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sierra. She will also lead us in our land acknowledgement statement, I believe.
It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between the indigenous people and their traditional territories. And we acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territories of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige and a reminder to our ongoing efforts to respect, recognize, honor, and reconcile and partner with the Red Willow people, whose land and water we benefit from this great valley today.
Thank you for joining us this evening, Sierra. I want to wish you the best of luck in all your activities. It seems like you're very busy. Hope you have a wonderful track season, and best of luck in all your future accomplishments, and we hope to see you in the future very soon. Thank you so much. Okay, moving right along is the approval of the meeting agenda. Good to go. Okay, I have one amendment to the agenda. I would like to, with this motion, move to approve the meeting agenda with the removal of the March 11th regular board meeting minutes to be tabled to our next meeting. Can I get a second?
A second.
We have a second from Secretary Trujillo. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay. Item 6 is public comment. Do we have anybody in the audience who wishes to speak during public comment? Anybody online? A chance? No? Okay. We will move forward from public comment to item 7 is student recognition. 7.1 is the recognition of our Taos High School cheerleading team, 12th time state champions. We have with us our Taos High School cheer coach, Mrs. Lisa Abeta. Valerio.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us.
Good
President
evening.
Flores, Dr. Layton, distinguished members. We're really honored to be here. I just want to introduce the girls, I guess, and thank you all always for your support of this team and just all of us in Taos community. We've always really been strong because of our community, and we do know that. So ladies, let's go ahead and stand up if you guys want to kind of come over here, I guess. So Braylon, Tammy, Faith, and Tamaya, they're our seniors. Okay, and then we have 9 juniors. I don't think they're all here, but Candace, Talia, Alyssa, Bella, Aaliyah, Danny, and Andrea. Okay, and I know Coco's playing softball. I think she's missing. There's Mariah and Jada, our sophomores. I can only remember them by class. That's the easiest way for me. And then we've got our 9th graders, Haley, Serenity, Taya, Treasure, are the only, and Olivia, and Gwen. We're missing one. I don't know. Oh no, they're all here, 6 of them. And then 3 8th graders are here. Haley, Ava, and Annalise. We have 26 athletes total, and they're not all here tonight. They had different things going on, but they really are an amazing group of young women, and we're definitely going to miss our seniors a lot. But thank you guys again.
Thank you. Does board have anything that they wish to comment on or say to our
I just
cheerleaders?
want to also introduce Leanne and Melissa. They are 2 of our coaches.
Coach, I understand, I'm sorry. Coach, I understand this is the 6th in a row,
Yes.
correct?
6 in a
12
row.
times 6.
6 in a
Wow,
row.
Nice.
So the seniors have 5. They've won every year that
Goodness.
they've competed. Yes. So it was a
And
pretty
that's just
cool
what I was gonna say, it's really impressive, the work that you girls put in, you ladies put into all of this. There's a lot of dedication and discipline that's involved. You have a great coach and, I really want to see all of you succeed and continue moving forward with these great accomplishments. It's not easy to balance all of that you've been balancing, especially the seniors for the last 4 or 5 years. So congratulations, and we're really proud of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Board Member King, is
picture.
Secretary Trill, do you have anything you wish to say?
Yeah, we wish you guys good luck.
Next
and,
year, we're going for how
this-
many? 13?
Yeah.
Join the picture, coach. Coaches.
Can't forget to thank our parents as well who support their children.
Ladies, we just have a couple more comments for you. Secretary Trujillo?
I'd like to say that I spoke to a community member this last week, and she was stressing how important athletics are to our community and to the children in our schools. And she says that one of the things that she looks when she hires anyone is the discipline and the commitment, and that the people that she hires have placed into their sports, but that carries on, not just to your sports, it carries on to your life, on growing as you grow into your future, into the legacy that you want to leave for yourself. So congratulations, and you're all beautiful.
Yeah, thank you, ladies. Thank you for representing Taos. What an honor it is to have all that weight around your neck. I want to thank Coach Lisa, who is most definitely the backbone of our program. And we wouldn't be 12-time state champions without her and her great support staff of coaches, Mrs. Leanne and Mrs. Melissa. Thank you for all you do for our students in the community and all the parents who support these athletes. I'm proud to say that my daughter cheered under Coach Lisa and is also a state champion, and we proudly display her medals at home. And I know all the hard work and dedication that it takes as an athlete and as a parent and the coaches just give and give. You ladies represent Taos well, and as Secretary Trujillo stated, you know, what you learn being a student athlete carries on through your life, and we want to wish you the best in your life and your future endeavors. And we're just so proud of you, and thank you for taking time to come out here tonight and stand before us and allow us to see your beautiful faces and your wonderful smiles. And we wish you the best, and let's get another state championship next year. And, for the record, Vice President Spray has joined us. Thank you, Vice President Spray.
What happened to my pen?
We'll let them exit.
Better cheer for us.
I know.
They bring down the house.
So you want to let Vice President Spray know that we table?
The one on March 4th. They tabled the minutes of March.
No,
Yeah.
the 11th.
Oh, well, I did the wrong ones then. We're trying.
Okay, now that all the excitement has exited the room, we'll move on to our consent agenda. We did remove the March 11th regular board meetings to be tabled to the next meeting. And at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation for approval of the consent agenda?
President Flores, Vice President Spade, members of the board, recommend approval for the consent agenda with the exception of 8.1 regular board meeting, March 11, 2026, tabled for the April 22nd board meeting as presented by President Flores. The 8.1 regular board meeting, March 11, 2026.
I had a question about it. I was wondering, are any of these, like the refinishing of the, I guess I would say 8.5, 8.6, are those immediate need things or are they not immediate need things?
Director Herrera, if you could answer 8.5 and 8.6.
8.5, definitely. This is a fund that needs to be expended by June 1st. So if we don't get, if you choose not to approve it, we won't be able to get the work actually done and we will lose that money.
And that the fund is funded from what?
It's a capital outlay. It's a 31,400.
Okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for that answer. And what about 8.6?
That's a different funding. That
What-
one's going to be out of our, I believe it's an SB 91. Let me check. Yeah, that one's no, that's a 31,701. That's actually a local, so we have to use that one as well.
When do we have to use that one by?
Same, these are all due by June. And they're due by June, but if we don't get contracts in place, we won't get on the schedule and then we won't be able to finish and we'll be in procurement violation.
Got it. Is that also capital outlay fund?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
31,701. So that
Okay.
one's the local.
Thank you, President Flores. Those are my questions.
Okay, we have a recommendation from Superintendent Leyen. We have any further questions? Okay, would any board members wish to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Vice President Spray with the motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the March 11th regular board meeting minutes to the next meeting. And I seconded it. Call for the roll, please.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray. Yes. President Flores.
Yes, and to our District Community Schools Coordinator, Mr. Gonzalez, I want to thank you for putting together all these donations. We want to thank the community and all the individuals that made these donations. Appreciate all the work that you're doing for our community schools program. I'm hearing very good things about your leadership. And if time permits, definitely want to see, if not already been done, some form of thank you to all the individuals and organizations that donated. And if you wish to speak, please come forward.
Superintendent Dr. Layton, President Flores, School Board. I just wanted to let you guys know that as requested, immediately the day after we had those thank you cards created, sent to all the previous donors, and we're creating continuous thank you cards to continue to thank those donors.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. and
No
very-
pun intended. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate all that you're doing for our community schools and the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the recognition.
It's always great to see the community come together for our students. And this agenda definitely shows the support that we get from our community or our community schools. Okay, with that being said, we're moving
President
through.
Flores,
Yes,
if I could just quickly,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Gonzalez. With all of these donations that have come in, have you encountered any like barriers to receiving donations or otherwise? Has everything flown pretty smoothly?
I wouldn't say that we've came across any barriers. I think right now what we're facing is in past years, difficulty. I don't know how I want to put this, but
I mean, and also like not just like in accepting them, but like storage space, everything.
no,
like
no,
that.
not at all. I think it's just more so going back out to these donors and making sure that they know that we're here and we understand the processes of the district to ensure that we're accepting the donations properly.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Comment on that.
Secretary Chu.
I'd like to say that, that this is wonderful that these, the acknowledgement of the donations, but also there is a fund in our budget that allows for the deposit, correct? Of these monies. So anyone wanting to make a donation, it just doesn't go into the general fund and spend for whatever. It's very specific to the intent of the community schools or to the homeless. And so if you're specific, and it's all tax deductible, if you'd like to know that, that is a good way to invest in our children. And we have just heard some, and even seen the outcome of the investment that are made when people gather together. Maybe you might think, maybe what can I donate? But when it's combined with everyone else that donates, it's a huge amount. And people are very, very generous, and we just appreciate everything that everybody does. And I'm going to challenge you all to give, because it is very rewarding to see our the investment that we want to make in the children that they want to come to school, and that they would have everything that they can possibly need as students, and it even goes on to the parents also. So again, thank you to our community for being generous.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo, for those comments. Item 9 is presentations. We have with us our Northwest Regional Educational Cooperative, District 2, or number 2, and we have presenting Valerie Trujillo, who I believe is the Executive Director, Vicky Abreu, and possibly Roberta Trujillo. I'm not sure if they're all present, but all right. We welcome you to the podium, and thank you for being present tonight.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the school board. Super awesome that I got to present today when the cheerleaders got
recognize part of that program for many years. So I'm super excited for that. We'll go ahead and start with our introduction. I'm going to introduce my two awesome education coordinators. I have Miss Vicky Abreu, who's also families from here from Taos, and Roberta Vigil, who's also a Taos High School graduate. So as you can see, we are located out of Chama. We do have a satellite office here in Taos, and we serve 8 school member districts. Sorry. Okay. As I stated, we're located in Chama. We're one of 10 New Mexico regional education cooperatives throughout the state of New Mexico, and WREC2, and the other 9 RECs across the state. We are a state agency, and we're administratively tied to the New Mexico Public Education Department. So last year, our board, which consists of the 8 member school districts, met in June, and we worked on our purpose, mission, and vision. We say that we're small in number, might, and impact, and we're writing for the brand. So the purpose, the mission, and the vision kind of explains what we are. We strengthen education in Northwest New Mexico in this region, and we provide a lot of collaborative partnerships, professional learning, technical assistance, and culturally sustainable practices. So some of our core values is that it's important that we make a difference, that we work on success and teamwork and growth. So we constantly are trying to think about what type of improvements can we add to our region that's innovative, that's transformative, and of course, just to become the best version of ourselves. So a little bit about us, like I stated, we support 8 member school districts, but we're also supporting Española, Pojoaque, and Los Alamos. And so our 8 member districts who are voting members would consist of Taos, Cuesta, Mesa Vista, and Peñasco on this side of the gorge. And on the other side, it would be Chama, Jemez Mountain, Dulce, and Cuba. And so again, we have an RECA, which is a Regional Education Cooperative Association. Bobby Gutierrez is the state director, and that's, again, we support 69 school districts across the state out of the 10 RECs. And that's just a little bit of the map. REC2 is your school districts in the green. And as you can see in our hashtag area, that's where Los Alamos, Pojoaque, and Española, and those are the 3 districts that are non-members, but we continue to serve them. And here's our governing council. That's, again, it's consists of our 8 superintendents. So the council provides leadership, oversight, and strategic direction. And as you can see, Dr. Layton sits on our board. This is my staff. So I'm the executive director. Janine Sparks is my business manager. Martha Sanchez is my educational support CTE and Title III. Vicky and Roberta are my educational coordinators and program support. Vanessa Martinez is my assistant business manager. Jody Lynn Law was our financial specialist. Dolores Pino is our Medicaid coordinator. And Erin Easley is my disciplinary literacy coach coordinator. And then we also have 12 disciplinary literacy coaches that are spread across throughout the state. Again, we work closely with our member districts to provide and facilitate support, technical assistance, guidance, and we have a joint powers agreement with each of our member school districts. RECs have been in effect since 1984. So some of our work that we provide is Ms. Vicky. Both actually Ms. Vicky and Roberta just got certified in Crisis Prevention Institute. So they provide CPI training to our member districts, which includes trauma-informed practices. We provide special ed leadership empowerment series. Some of your folks, Taos, brought in a big group for the latest empowerment series. We provide special ed inclusionary practices. We purchase the Gold Book licenses for your district. We also purchase Amira Learning licenses. We assist with individual education programs, so any IEPs that we have. So for example, last week we were in Cuesta helping with an IEP. We employ the Welsh Gallegos law firm and Lori Gerke, attorney at law, to provide some different special ed legal trainings that are specified for districts that in their plan, they're saying, okay, we want this kind of, whether it's, we just had one on chronic absenteeism, or if they said we want to learn more about corrective action plans, we're there and we provide them. We had an Open Meetings Act one in the fall, and Taos hosted it, so that was pretty awesome. We also provide Medicaid billing services, not just to our member districts, but to other districts across the state. We provide district needs assessments. We also purchase the PowerSchool special programs and digital signature for our districts. And now we're moving into Synergy, so we're looking to help with that transition. We provide a lot of instructional resources. I'm going to have Roberta and Vicki pass out the Child Find event flyer that we're having in collaboration with Taos Schools, Cuesta Schools, and Peñasco Schools. This is going to be the first time that the whole entire county has a Child Find in this manner. It's going to be a big event. And the mayor of Cuesta, the mayor of Taos, the Taos County manager, between those three entities and the REC, we are facilitating this pretty awesome, it's called the Growing Minds Growing Together celebration. We also have a Title III consortium service. So that consists of many districts, not just our member districts. So a lot of charter schools. And then we also have a CTE Carl Perkins consortium, which also includes many other districts as well. So here's just some more of our work continued. We started the Rural CT Alliance in collaboration with the Los Alamos Foundation and CES. And then we have the Secondary Disciplinary Literacy Coaching Program. We participate in the Northern Transition Team. So here in Taos, you all participate in La Mariposa Transition Team, which we're also part of. And then there's the North Central Consortium, which is a broadband that's not just for our districts, but for also libraries. And then coming up now on April 26th is our Scholar Athlete Honors Banquet, where Taos has also participated in that. And so we're super excited. We're going to host that at Northern this year. We also provide support for NMPD school improvement plans, micro-credentialing support for educators. We just held our regional spelling bee and super excited. Thank you to Dr. Marmol and Serna Marmol. She was present the whole time, supported her students. So thank you. That was pretty awesome. And then we provide mentorships for superintendents and principals. We help, like I stated earlier, corrective action planning. We provide a lot of data analysis and instructional planning because sometimes we think, okay, teachers know how to break down the data, but we help them do a deeper dive on their data. We also provide grant management and fiscal services and human resources support. So as you can see, we serve as a cornerstone for professional development in our Northwest region, providing impactful training and support that benefits administrators, teachers, support staff, and students. And all of these are delivered through intergovernmental agreements through the New Mexico Public Education Department, including ECECD, and we also have an IGA with the Governor's Commission on Disability. So here's some professional development that we offer also. It's SPED Law and Compliance, SPED State Performance Indicators, inclusionary practices. We also provide multi-layer systems of support. You've probably heard of MLSS that took the place of RTI several years ago. As I stated earlier, CPI, Roberta just did an SAT training out in Dulce. And then the three of us are certified to do PBIS, so Positive Behavior and Interventions and Supports. We also provide de-escalation techniques training, trauma-informed practices. We provide substitute teacher training for EAs or instructional assistants, and then college and career readiness. So Roberta comes to us with background from higher ed, so she can provide freshman orientation, and she's providing now in trauma and FAFSA assistance for students and families. And these are the intergovernmental agreements we currently have. We have an IGA with the New Mexico Office of Special Education. Actually, we have a few from there, and we have some with the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department, ECECD, the New Mexico Governor's Commission on Disability, the NMPED Priority Schools Bureau, the NMPED Literacy and Humanities Bureau, NMPED College and Career Readiness Bureau. We also work with the Language and Culture Division, Community Schools and Extended Learning Division, Safe and Healthy Schools Bureau, Curriculum and Instruction Division, and we just wrapped up our Kellogg Foundation grant. So these are the 4 goals that our superintendents and my staff worked on this past summer. And the number 1 goal was to provide high quality, high impact professional development. The second goal was to strengthen governance and accountability. The third goal was for growth expansion of the NWREC2. So that's why we're providing services to Los Alamos, Powahki, and Española. And then our fourth goal was to strengthen advocacy and collaborative partnerships. So as you can see, we, based on the district needs assessment, we look at what the local needs are, and we provide evidence-based professional development and technical assistance. And so that way, our educators are better equipped to implement high quality, high yield instructional practices. And again, at the end of the day, it's always about that students. None of us would be in this room today if it wasn't for those students and those classes. So as we look ahead, we reflect on the accomplishments and look toward the future. So again, we remain very committed to all of our member districts, and we continue to work together to shape brighter futures for New Mexico students. So again, I stand for questions, but thank you for allowing us to be part of this journey.
Thank you, Executive Director Trujillo. Does the board have any questions?
I do.
for Represent-
I just have one.
Vice President Spray?
Valerie, how are you? You mentioned training EAs. Have you done any training of EAs for Taos Municipal Schools this year?
So yes, we have for this year. Mhm.
Like roughly how many times have you been to do that, or at what schools?
Here, were set up at,
Like elementary level, or
one of them was elementary and, no, both of them were.
they both were?
They were both
Okay.
elementary.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you for doing it.
Something that's nice, what we offer is that we absolutely do not charge for anything that we do. And so all the training that we provide, you know, I'm at the high school quite a bit, doing a lot of training out there, and it's all part of what we do for our districts.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Board Member Concha?
To follow up to Vice President Spray's question, how do you guys track the professional development? Is it by district, by teacher, by school, or?
So we have, whether it's a virtual PD or an in-person PD, there's always an electronic sign-in sheet or an in-person sign-in sheet. So we track how many people participated in each of those trainings. Like, for example, in our empowerment series, we just had 132 educators register for that. We also are doing this, and we didn't talk about that earlier, but it's called Edu Protocols. So it's just a different way of teaching. And actually, one of your high school teachers, math teachers, Mr. Greg Rael, he got trained. He came to one of our Train the Trainers training at Ghost Ranch, and so now he's implementing those strategies. And so it's pretty awesome because we see our trainings go back into the classroom and helping students, and of course, increase student achievement.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions or comments? Well, Ms. Shu, I want to thank you for coming out tonight. I want to thank your wonderful support team that's behind you and supports not only our district, but other districts in the region. It's great to see you back over here.
It's back to be here.
Yes. And thank you for the wonderful presentation. It looks like you guys are very busy.
We are very busy and we travel very far. Our furthest district would be Cuba, which is about 3 hours away from us. So, yeah.
Secretary Chu.
Sure.
And my question would be, how are you funded?
So we are an extension of this of PED, and so we get a startup cost. So how we're funded is through our intergovernmental agreements. So we have an indirect cost of 8%, and then there's some RECs that charge a member fee. Ours is just 5% of Title II, so it's very minimal. And so some of them charge up to $18,000 a district, but we don't. So that's how we're funded, is through our IGAs and then through the State Department, that we get a very small allocation that has been stagnant for quite some time. But we're at I think they give us $150,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Is there an RSVP required for this event? No?
No,
Just show
no.
up?
Yes, and we are providing those flyers to all the school districts these ones are particularly for the 3 Taos County area schools. So of course it'd be for Cuesta, Penasco, and Taos. And we have asked our culinary arts teachers for all 3 school districts to see if we could contract with them to provide the meals, snacks, and drinks for that event.
Awesome. So I'm assuming the culinary program will be maybe seeking support from us as far as providing, if they need funding or anything?
We're
like that, or
actually
do you
going to
pay
be
for it?
paying them for that.
Okay,
Yes. So
perfect.
yes, instead of, going out to a restaurant, we felt that it was important to allow our students to get that funding from us.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Thank you
Yes.
so much.
And showcase the
Right.
students and all their hard work.
Yeah, they're
Board
doing
Member
some
King.
great work.
Thank you, Board Member Concha.
Hi, Mrs. Trio.
Hi.
So how big is your staff and what is your annual budget?
So I don't have my audit on me, but it is on our website. It depends on the IGAs. Every year it changes. So like, for example, with one IGA that we have with the Priority Schools Bureau, and when you combine them all, it's multi-millions. But that's what we're the fiscal agent for those grants. And like, I'll give you an example for the ones for the Literacy and Humanities Bureau, where we hire the coordinator and the 12 coaches that are spread out across the state. We hire them, we provide their insurance and all their ERB benefits and everything, but it's all part of that IGA. And so my staff consists of the staff that was up on the screen. And then, so that's a total of 10 that are boots on the ground. But then we have 12 coaches that are boots on the ground in the actual school districts, providing the secondary literacy coaching. So we're about like 22 at this point. Yeah. Sure.
Well, thank you for the wonderful presentation. You guys be safe on the road.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we move along to agenda item 10, student outcomes, campus principal presentations. At 10.1 is our Taos Middle School board presentation presented by principal of Taos Middle School, Mrs. Linda Martinez.
Good evening, President Flores, members of the board, Dr. Layton. Can you go to the first slide? Thank you. So tonight I'll be presenting on Taos Middle School. The first slide is attendance. So this is where we stand as of a week ago. As far as the tiers go, we have 56 students in tier 1, 75 in tier 2, 75 in tier 3, and 72 in tier 4. So tier 4, that number is pretty high. We have that means that they've missed 20 plus days. We do have an attendance coach. She every day she's on that phone calling the minute 8 o'clock hits. She's calling parents if a student is absent, they haven't called in for their child. She does family meetings to see what we can do as a school to help support them in getting their children here to the school. Sometimes, a lot of the times actually, it's parents saying they just don't want to get up and I can't force them to. So we're still struggling with that part of getting the kids here, or they're coming in late. And sometimes that's I mean, it's better that they're here better late than never, but we're still working towards getting them to school. In February, we did do an attendance incentive where every week she charted what grade had the best attendance, and overall the 7th grade had it. So they were able to walk to the movies that day before spring break, and they watched, I believe, Hopper. So that was exciting for them. The other kids were a little disappointed, but that's what happens when you don't come to school. Next slide. So this slide I'm excited to present on. This is behavior. Every time I've presented and throughout my board reports, I try to let you all know where we were a year ago to where we are now. Overall, since August, we have decreased our overall write-ups, behavior write-ups as of 42%. You can see that last month in March, it was decreased by 28%. And I will say that Mr. Chavez and I were having a conversation about vapes, whether it was nicotine or THC. And he did the numbers about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, for the whole year of 2005, we had confiscated 47 vapes, whether it was THC or nicotine. As of 3 weeks ago, we had only confiscated 17. We're not quite sure why. I mean, we're excited about it. We're happy about it. We do have a full-time security guard, Andrew, who does his rounds every single passing period. He is in those bathrooms checking the little areas where we know that kids were keeping things or leaving them for the next group of kids to come in. We also know that there's some kids that have been pulled out of our school or have gone up to the high school that were probably part of the issue last year. But I do also want to address the fact that, you know, our terminology of a trusted adult has really kind of opened up the child's mind to being able to be able to trust one of us, whether it's myself, Mr. Chavez, a social worker, a teacher, even the custodians, and Andrew, the security guard. You're seeing relationships being built, and you're seeing them listen to why it's bad. So I'm hoping that that's part of the reason as well, but I'm happy to report on that. Next one. So student achievement. I am pleased to announce that there's so much that has happened, and unfortunately, this was submitted before a lot of other things took place, but we did have 42 students inducted into the National Junior Honor Society. Last year, we only had 12. So this year is a big leap. Our teacher, Dr. Brian, graciously stood up and took the role of sponsor, and she's done an excellent job. These kids were very excited. Their families were excited. Next to it is a picture of our regional science fair. All these students went to New Mexico Highlands University and participated there at their fair. And we have, I believe, 10 going to state in Socorro Friday. So they'll be heading that way. Wish them luck. Give them good vibes as they attend. Last week, we also had the privilege of having a pinning ceremony for our lifesavers. Nurse Benny and Christina Mares, they meet with these kids every Friday, and they teach them all about the medical field. They have hands-on training. By the time that this program is over, they are CPR and first aid certified. And Nurse Benny and Christina did an excellent job showing their worth, showing the importance, showing the professionalism that it takes for these students to go down this path. And I will say that I truly believe that a lot of these kids, if they weren't in this program, they may not have ever even thought of going into the medical field. So I'm excited to in hopes that in our future, some of these kiddos will be here in Taos as our doctors, as our nurses, as our pharmacists, whatever road they choose to go. Not all of them will, but some of them will. Next slide. So these next two slides are teacher excellence. So often in my board reports, I talk about who's gotten a level 2 or what trainings they've gone to, but there's a lot of staff in our school that really go above and beyond. I have a great staff. I will always say that I have the best staff. Because I do. Because I do. But I just wanted to go over just a few of them. So Miss A, she's our Dean of Instruction. And she is our cheerleader. She is the one that will get on the intercom in the morning. She says the pledge. She says the land acknowledgement. She gives announcements. She gives shout outs to students, birthday wishes, lets them know when games are. She's the one cheering them on in the hall. She knows them by name and what Fs they have and what As they have, and she calls them on their stuff. So she plays a big role in our school. This is Dr. Brian, the next one. She is our 8th grade math teacher. Like I said before, she's the one that took on the role as the National Junior Honor Society teacher or sponsor. And she just has a great big passion for math, and it shows. Mr. Gilroy, he was our teacher of the year last year, and he just continues to engage these students. There's not a day that anybody could walk in and he's hands-on with those kiddos. Mr. Branchal, he is our mariachi teacher, and he is just so still, after all these years of teaching mariachi, the excitement is still in his, you can see it when he talks about his kids, when he talk about the songs, all of it, it's still there. Mr. Warnock, he is our 6th grade science teacher, and he as well is so engaging with the students. He has them outside. He thinks outside the box. One day I walked in and he's standing on a chair, and I was like, well, what are you doing? I'm hoping he doesn't fall, but the kids are all looking at him and he's talking about gravity and he's showing different things, and all the kids are just engaged. They're looking, they're not talking to one another, they're not doodling, they're just looking at him. The next is Ms. Trujillo Marisol. She's been with us for quite some time. She's our AVID coordinator, our AVID teacher, part of our leadership. She's our journalism teacher. She makes the yearbook and she heads the Veterans Day celebration. She's a key player in our school, and we're just grateful to have her. Miss Marisa Sandoval, she's our Spanish 1 teacher. She teaches our 8th grade Spanish 1. As they go through the year, once they take the Avant test, if they pass it with a 2 or better, and they have a C in the class, they have then earned Spanish 1 credit for the high school. Mr. Ben Ogren, he has been with us for about 8 or 9 years. He teaches our 6th grade ELA. He currently is taking some PD. Melissa, what is it called? The Ames Secondary Literacy Training. So he's really excited about teaching the students how to read. Even though they're 6th grade, 7th grade. Even though they're already a 6th, 7th, 8th, you think that they know how to read. He's really, really excited about getting in there and really teaching them what he thought he knew, but he didn't know that they needed to know. His lessons are crafted with purpose, and he can have a group of kids that are low to high, and he's teaching each one of them at their level during one class period. It's really amazing to see. Mr. Walsh, I think you've all met him or recognized him. He is our Math 180 teacher, but he's also our Electric Car Club sponsor. And there is not a day that goes by that he doesn't come up to me and say something about electric cars. And I promise you, every single day there's something in there about electric cars. And then Miss Monique Deloach, she's new to us this year, and she is our IEP coordinator at the middle school. And she has, for the middle school, has really opened up my eyes to what special ed should look like at middle school, what goal setting looks like. She has met every deadline. She's professional with the parents. She sets goals. She's teaching the general ed teachers about modifications and accommodations, and really just teaching them how to teach our students on IEPs. Next. And then here's a list of upcoming events, or some that may have just taken place. The spelling bee was last week. But one that I was told that I need to tell you personally is on May 5th is our music concert at Taos Middle School. So Mr. Brunch has asked that I ask each one of you personally to please come. It will be at 6 o'clock. I will send you an email with the flyer, but he said, please ask them personally to attend the concert. So this is me asking you to please attend the concert. And with that, I stand for questions.
The board have any questions or comments for our middle school principal? Ms. Martinez, I want to acknowledge and thank you for acknowledging your wonderful staff and also sharing photos and a little bit of a summary about some of the staff here. You know, typically we focus on our students because that's why we're here, is student achievement, and talk about all the events and the good things they're doing, sometimes the not so good things, but to see this and have a name with the face and the wonderful summaries you put together just goes to show the wonderful people we have working in our schools and their passion. And without them, we wouldn't be able to reach our kids and work towards the student achievement that we strive for. And just teachers are the backbone of our education system. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Board Member Concha, please.
Thank you, President Flores. Yes, congratulations on everything and that you're doing at the middle school, and seeing that 42% decrease in behavior is huge, you know.
It is.
I'm so happy to see that, and you know, it could be many things that contribute to that. Like you said, security, being on top of the vaping that's going on, that, you know, like all of that is, it's not, I don't want to say extra work, but it's, those are focuses, like
Right.
deterring students from doing that. And you guys have the restorative justice practices.
And that's one of the main reasons I believe
Yeah.
that those behaviors have decreased.
Right. I was thinking that that's kind of like what I highlighted here. And you mentioned the trusting adults, you know, one caring adult for, and that a child can look to, whether it is a security guard or any one of your staff, peer mentors.
Yes.
All of that is super important. And so I'm definitely happy to see that decrease. Before it seemed like behavior management was like a hard thing to address within the school systems because, you know, teachers are busy teaching, you know, they didn't
Right.
have time for, but then also with the professional development and teachers getting that trauma-informed care practices and a lot of what Valerie and her team talked about, all of that is factored in and it's super important. And which is why, you know, like I asked those questions about access to mental health supports and just things across the board that, you know, and seeing that all our teachers kind of are on that level, tracking who needs what. And I mean, you guys are building some strong teams and also the comparison from prior years, you know, that's pretty helpful to see that progress, you know. And as far as the student achievements like Honor Society, Science Fair, you know, we definitely Taos is huge on athletics and we pride ourselves in all those accomplishments. But I think recognizing these students, you know, who also dedicate themselves and
Right.
have discipline in the sciences and what they're doing for themselves and furthering their education. So that's great to see that, you know, science is still being an interest for some of our students, you know. And, you know, just the dedication of the teacher excellence, you know, some of these are tenured teachers, right?
Yeah.
And they've been there for quite a while, putting in the work. Is there an IEP coordinator at every school, Dr. Layton or Ms. Renetta?
We do have IP coordinators at some of the schools, but I'm not sure if it's exactly every school. I think there's only one that's.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, Board Member Cocha, we don't have an IEP coordinator at each school site. One, filling the positions, but then also it's dependent on the size of the school because our middle school is one of our largest schools. We do need to have somebody there.
Okay.
at that site.
And I just wonder, does your IEP coordinator at all work with any of the resources that Valerie and her team offer?
I don't believe so. Not at this moment, no. This is her first year. She's really turned our little special ed department around at the middle school.
Mhm. Yeah, and maybe wherever we're lacking with IEP coordinators, kind of maybe utilizing those resources that she has. I think IEPs are super important, especially for our students and within the special ed, they have a lot to offer with the presentation we just had. And, you know, it's really hard even for teachers to keep up with IEPs and
Right.
parents. And sometimes there's just not an understanding of what an IEP is and the accommodations that can be made for students to succeed.
Yeah,
So,
that's our biggest area of need is really having the general ed teachers really understand what modifying is.
Mhm.
It's not just doing two problems less or 2 questions less, but it's a lot more than that.
yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, Board Member Concha. Any further questions or comments? Board Member King?
No, I've definitely marked my calendar, and it's great to see Mr. Branchell is still at it. I don't know if the community really knows his history. What, Mrs. Martinez, how many years? 50 plus?
Probably. He started the mariachi program in New Mexico. I know that.
And it's great, and I did have a chance to meet Mrs. Bryant with the bond committee.
Oh, yes,
So it's
yeah.
neat to see that she's leading the honor society, because our daughter was at 8th
Yes.
grade. You didn't have it going.
No,
yet,
we
and I was
didn't.
kind of like, but it's all good. She just inducted last week at the high school. And looks like you've got everyone here is filling their niche. And just a recommendation, maybe Mrs. Trujillo can come and address the teachers because this cooperative, you guys, I mean, it's like with my wife being on staff, I know how time management, and if they can know that these services are out there, I'm like, there shouldn't be a worry in the world
Right.
with this bandwidth. But you know, the old saying, sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. So I know it's always moving, ebb and flow, but just at the beginning of the year, as we do with the welcome back, superintendent started, maybe just having Mrs. Trio, with being a former administrator, superintendent of our district, let the staff know, because I'm sure you're gonna have new staff next year. It just happens with attrition.
Right.
Yeah, I just think the more the merrier, and information is never, it's never stale.
Right.
We can't take anything for granted.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Superintendent Layton.
President Flores, Vice President Spade, members of the board, I want to commend Ms. Martinez because one of my first few days in Taos was at the plaza trying to get stuff for the office, and they recognized me. I had no idea. I was just new to the community, but I got a chance to speak to her and her husband. And I did ask her point blank, what is it that you expect of me? And what was your response?
To keep us, what's the word? What, I can't think
And
of
I'm
the
putting her on
word.
the spot to hold us.
Accountable.
And so she's really lived up, and our principals, all our principals have, but she's really lived up to the challenge, and the scores show it, and just the feedback and just the student component of it, that they're responding to the change. So I want to commend you, Ms. Martinez, and your team, because you feed into the high school.
Yes.
And so that's important, because now after they leave middle school, now they go through the high school, and that's a good start for them.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, and thank you for being frank with superintendent. To hold us all accountable, right? Yeah.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Thank you so much. In our board packet is our campus reports of Ranchers Elementary, Enos Garcia, and Arroyos del Norte Elementary. I just want to commend all our principals for providing wonderful reports. There's a lot of things in here to highlight. I wanted to highlight a couple things. I want to thank Mr. Spell for providing us with the important end of the year events. I'm assuming that these go out to all the families and the students. I think that's very important. And I read in Ranchos Elementary board report that they had the highest participation in the science fair ever at Ranchos Elementary, with 119 pre-K through fifth grade students participating. I think that's just amazing. And one thing that I grew up doing and appreciate is at Arroyos del Norte, they have the Friday garden class, and that they're harvesting spinach and lettuce, and the students will harvest bag and then take some home. I think that's just awesome. There's so many great things going on at our schools. We have wonderful principals. You guys are definitely educating in challenging times, and I got to commend you for all your work and your dedication, and being innovative and creative at reaching our students and engaging their families. So, and thank you so much. Appreciate all your work. And again, if the board has any comments or questions they want to share at this time, and if not, typical practice is reach out to Superintendent Layton if you have any comments or questions regarding the administrator reports. And I notified by Superintendent Layton that somehow through the meeting, we didn't get a roll call for the consent agenda. I guess we got a little bit ahead of ourselves. So there was a motion to approve the consent agenda, I'm aware, by Vice President Spray. I seconded it. We had a couple questions, and we did table the March 11th meeting minutes. So I believe I probably failed to call for a roll call. So excuse me. So at this time, I would like to call for a roll call for the approval of the consent agenda.
Thought I said yes.
Yeah, I thought, I did say yes.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it for the
We'll
record.
just do it again.
Yeah. Unless we change our minds. Now we have a chance to change our.
Board Member Concha?
Yes.
Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
Vice President Spring?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes, better be safe than sorry, and we'll watch the meeting recording and see where we were at, but things move kind of fast sometimes, and we have a lot of business on these agendas, very important business. I personally enjoyed our board meeting, to hear all the great things that are going on in our schools, and to also, face those challenges that we all face together, and then try to move the district forward. So thank everybody for their dedication and passion for education. Moving from student outcomes, item 10.1 and 10.4, we move through to our superintendent's report, which is item 11 of the board agenda. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Superintendent, and he did provide us with a black folder here, which has his report. Superintendent Leyen.
President Flores, Vice President Sperry, members of the board. So part of today's presentation is going through foundational goal 1, student achievement, and I wanted to give a brief overview of the scores for this past year. As a district, going back to be able to compare different year data, what you'll see in front of you is a 3-year data of our attendance, reading, science, and mathematics. And so from 22-23 all the way to 23-24, you see some increases, you see some that seem stagnant, as well as some that decrease. And what I do want to mention is that the scores that you see on the 24-25 all the way for the last 3 years do include the scores that do come from the charters. So this data is direct from NM Vistas, but it does contain student information that includes students from the charter. Separate and apart from that, if you were to bring the data just for the school students attending Taos municipal schools, this is where you start to see the increases of 3%, 2% across the board. But I didn't want to put that data because this is the data that is coming from NM Vistas. So I just wanted to share that with you. So that's just in all transparency. So looking at it, there's some areas that of course we grew, but there's some areas that we also need to grow. And one of them is in science. And I'll start by presenting the campuses from each elementary all the way to the secondary. So our first data that we see is from the Arroyos, again, 3-year data. This data does not, or any of the school sites, does not include charter students. This is separate, but the district does. So if you look at it, we did see some increases in 23-24 in science. In fact, it was a very big, sharp increase, but followed by a decrease in the following year. We did see an increase in our reading from 47 to 42 back to 44. Decreases in mathematics to 27, and then attendance, of course, we did see an increase and then a decrease. Up next, Enos. So if we go from the top down, we looked at an increase for attendance from 44, 53 to 57. Reading went from 26, 30 to 36, 24. From science, excuse me, you see going from 24, 28, and then a decrease, which again, you see some consistent trends here, right? The science has consistently seems to be declining. We have our math that went from 14 to 12 back to 12, or it stayed at 12, excuse me. Up next for Ranchos, we see attendance an increase from 40 to 56 up to 57. Our reading went from 27 to 31 to 33. And then from there, we go out to talk about our science, which we saw it increased to 30 and then a decrease to 17. And then math goes from 22 to 17 and stays at 17. So if we look at the middle school, again, going back to commending Principal Martinez, we look at our attendance, we saw a 36 to 33 drop, but then a huge sharp increase to 44. For reading, we saw going from 33 to 38, down by 1 point to 37. Science, she's the outlier on this one. She went down from 28 to 21 to 26. And then mathematics, you see a huge increase from 12 down to 7 and up to 18. The high school, we see the attendance go from 61 to 44 to 42. Our science goes from 52 to 44, and another outlier to 51. Reading went from 38 to 33 to 40, and then our math also increased by good significant gains from 16 to 8 and then to 13 for this past year. And so for that, I stand questions in respects to the Innovista scores, but this was a request at the last board meeting just to kind of give an overview. We've got areas that showed growth, but we have areas that we need to grow.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I had a conversation with Superintendent Ian, and I made a request if he could kind of give us a historical look back at the Vista scores to where we currently are at. So I do appreciate him presenting these numbers. We are here to face, the challenges head on and to be open and transparent. I know that we're all working very hard towards student outcomes, and, we do see increases and decreases in education at this day and age is very difficult. It's hard to reach our students, but I do know that we're working diligently, and I want to commend our principals and our teachers for facing these challenges. And it just shows, where we need to work and be creative. And, we want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. And thank you, Superintendent, for presenting this information. Vice President Spray.
I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. Just say it on camera. The squares in the numbers in the boxes, is that the percent of students?
That is
are-
correct.
Okay, you might have said that, but if you did, I missed it. Thank you.
All right, if no further questions, moving forward to student achievement and district enrollment. From the last report on March 11th of enrollment of 1732, we did see an increase of 8 students. And again, Vice President Spray, I always look at these numbers, going back from the first time I presented where there was a wrong number.
I
So I
know.
always double check that.
Good for you.
But
Good.
we did see an increase of 8 students, 10 total from week 7. And so it fluctuates from week to week, but we are currently sitting at a plus of 8 students from the last report a month ago. Looking at district attendance for the second semester, what we do see is this is the overall attendance that we have. Arroyo's at 91.6, Enos at 89.7, and so on and so forth. Rancho's 91.3, 87.8 for the middle school, 96.4 for cyber. And of course, the high school at 89.8 for overall for the year. We're maintaining it at a 91.1% overall average. And for there we go. It's all right. I think they already saw it, Sam. So for the highest student attendance for the month of March, congratulations to Enos. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that twice in a row? So congratulations to Enos. And we also want to give a big shout out to Cyber because they're so small. One student could make the difference, but if you look at the attendance, it is still way up there. So ice cream, right?
Last time was
Oh, I got you. You got it. And so without further ado, for the next one, the highest staff attendance for the month of March is Arroyos del Norte. What I do want to mention is look how close it gets. And I know Ranchos, you're probably looking at it as a 0.3% difference. But nonetheless, it's so close. But it's good to see that there's a little competitive edge when it comes to even down to the 10th of a decimal.
If I could just comment on that, what's very commendable, impressive is that all of these are above at 95% or higher. So, our teachers are at school and that's very important. I know there was, when we kind of got out of COVID, we were having some not only student attendance issues, teacher attendance issues, but it's really great to see that where our teachers are present.
And up next, at the request, I believe it was a month and a half ago when we were doing attendance, board president asked if we could do how about the board quarterly attendance? And so as you can see, they were up to the challenge. So looking at the last quarter, the last 3 months, there were 10 total board meetings in a 3-month span period. So about an average of 3, but the percentage is 100%, 80, 100%, 80, and 100%. And just so that you know, for those that reached the 100%. You do have some certificates there that has been distributed to each of you at your table.
No burritos?
No burritos.
Burritos.
There's pizza though. We still have pizza.
Samantha, this is actual, this isn't based on the stuff that we haven't signed on
Yes.
the thing that you send that we don't sign?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Thank you. And
So congratulations on our board for having such high attendance for the last quarter at a total of 10 board meetings.
I just want to,
Meetings in a quarter?
10 board meetings in a 3-month span. So if you did the
Yeah.
average about 3 per, with one of them
Yeah,
being
it's
4.
been quite challenging.
I just want to commend the board for being present. We need to lead by example, and all of us, this is a second job all in itself. So appreciate the board and their participation and everything that they do for the district. Thank you, Superintendent, for your presentation, and we're gonna move on from there to.
Can I interject real quick,
Please.
President Flores? On the +8 students, do we know where they came from?
We do. I mean, we'd have to look at exactly the data, but yes, we do.
Like
Yeah.
transfers or like? where
Right.
they come from,
In fact, I would get
chartered
some. Yes, in fact, it's a good laundry list that says exactly where they come from, the withdrawal date, or their start date, when they're expected to withdraw. So we do get the pluses and minuses, but yes, we do.
Any further questions or comments for Superintendent Leon? Superintendent, I guess looking back at the New Mexico Vista scores, and not to highlight anything in specific, but seeing where we're struggling, maybe the cabinet, and I know you guys are more than likely far ahead of me in my comments, but if we can, put some thought to this and maybe see what may be impacting these scores. For the most part, I say that there haven't been extreme sharp decreases. There's a couple that were identified here. I commend the district because it is a challenging time to reach our students. And I do appreciate the scores, but definitely if you guys could get together and maybe I wouldn't say the next meeting, but at a following meeting, maybe share with the boards kind of with the outcomes of that discussion.
Mark,
Secretary Trio.
This data is really good. It tells a story, but also I'm looking at the Taos High School, and it's interesting that at that point, to me, that's where they should excel. And it seems like it's dropping it's dropping. And I think that the middle school and, Medinos, they're just kind of going up. But once it gets to the high school, it tells a different story. And that might be a little concerning and to be looked at, maybe. Just see what.
Correct. Of course, middle school did set a precedent with the rate of increase from one year to the next. But if you look at the high school, there is a rate of increase, just not as high as the middle. What we saw in the patterns is the science in particular. And so this is the type of data that helps our instructional team get together and see what kind of interventions that we can provide, what strategies we need to attack. So thank you for bringing that to attention. What I'd like to know that the schools, for the most part across the board, did a wonderful job, and for different factors, but it did a wonderful job of reversing a lot of the decreased scores. While it wasn't the spikes that we'd like to see in every aspect, but they did reverse the declining trend from the 22-23 to the 23-24 year. Yeah, the rate of increase could be better, but we'll work on that
Could be
piece.
better. But again, it's something to take a look at, and because with data, there's also supports that data. There's program, only the principals would know, only the teachers would know what these shifts are, and what they're saying to us, to all of us, not just us. But that's always interesting, when you see the numbers. That I always say, they tell the story, and we want to get just better. In fact, it's interesting because I'm taking the presentation from the middle school from Ms. Martinez. In that, I was talking to someone, and they have their child in the charter schools, and to see what is available, what it is that you're doing in the middle school, what it is you do as principals that would bring our children back to the Taos Municipal Schools. I think that we just offer so much, just the music alone, the athletics. There's so much that we can offer, and some. And so again, it's challenging for us, for all of us. But I just wanted to say that I do take the information to heart, and I'm going to give this mother that information so that she can see for herself the numbers, everything that you presented will be going to her, and because that's our community. And again, they want the information. They might not come to the meeting. They might not see it on get online for the meetings to hear the presentations. But again, we have, I look at the people in my district, and I would want to have information for them that would be viable to the questions that they might have. But so thank you all for everything that you present to us, because it's huge. It's learning. We're receiving this information so that it can just be funneled out and given to those people that we have in touch with, that we get in touch with, and how they communicate to us, what they feel that we should be doing or not doing. And again, they want answers. But again, when we have some concrete evidence, that's also is important. But thank you so much. I appreciate everything you all do. I take it to heart.
Thank you, Secretary Trio. Superintendent, I have a question on the curriculum adoption calendar. What's next? Or maybe, do you have that off the top of you?
Well, Associate Superintendent, Ms. Mondragon was going to mention something, but I think this is a good segue into what she was going to bring in exactly. So
Thank you. President Flores, Superintendent Layton. Secretary Truehill, I wanted to answer your question about the high school and, seeing where the scores are and not seeing it move up as much as it had, or we would hope to see it. I do want to commend our principal, Dia Herrera, for the turnaround that she's done with the school and really looking at short cycle assessment, interventions for the classes, doing PLCs. And so last year was a working year for us. And I want to say that we're going to see an improvement in that, because we did see a lot of improvement with the testing that she was doing with the students. So it was learning that piece of, what testing looks like, how to take it serious, that it is important for the students and for the teachers to know where they are so that we can provide those interventions. So that goes back to that work that we did at the beginning of the year of setting those goals with the principals and that PLC work with Dr. Layton, and her moving that shift forward. And of course, our other principals did that at their school sites as well. To answer with partly the science curriculum, we did adopt last year. So we're working on professional development with our teachers and our staff with that. After seeing the scores, we're providing additional professional development for them at the start of next year. So we already have that in the works for our planning in the PD calendar. Our adoption this year is going to be with math. So we're focusing on that. And again, as all of you know, math has been the area that the district has really tried to focus on and align our curriculum so that we have that high quality instructional material. So that has been the bulk of our focus for the district.
So just to reiterate and refresh my memory, so the science curriculum is new to the district.
Correct.
That could definitely, of course, present some challenges on its own.
Right. And keeping in mind that we have some very robust curriculums available to our school sites now. Our ELA program, our science, and now we're looking at our math program to be robust as well. So this is going to be I'm going to say a heavy lift for our teachers to make sure that they're incorporating all of those into their school day. So we're providing them with the professional development training in those subject areas, and We have the CLSD grant, which Director Eager oversees, and we have a coach that's helping provide that, those additional supports. And then our instructional or our interventionist for math is also our support as well.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon, Superintendent. Thank you.
President Mark, thank you. Thank you for updating that because we are current here. And we're hearing the reports that that the principal from the high school is providing for us, and they are excellent. And so we could just hope for the best to see the numbers change. And
Absolutely.
and again, I understand how hard you all work, and the students are the most important focus for you all, as
Absolutely.
it is for us.
Well, and I would just like to thank all of the board as well for having that as a focus for the board, that it is on student supports and it goes all the way down, that everybody knows we're here for the students and we're looking to see what their assessment scores are, not just because they're a score, but because it leads to opportunities for them.
Thank you.
Board Member King?
Yeah, I think the earlier presentation by Mrs. Martinez with the honor, National Honor Society. I had an opportunity to attend. Our family, our daughter was inducted as a sophomore. And I think this is a metric that we may want to start tracking, the amount of scholarships that the seniors, Mrs. Matz, I think you all know, she's one of the administrators, the chemistry teacher on staff at the high school. And she shared a number, and I think it's kind of impressive, $7 million graduating seniors, 7 million. So my board member, Mrs. Trujillo, the charter schools, you have to take that with a grain of salt, those numbers, okay? My wife taught there, so it's tough to say, but I will say that. So let's not take it face value, okay? So those numbers and it's at home. We all know it's at home. Those values, you go to school to learn. You don't, I think we get back to the basics, respect, nutrition, actually getting to bed at a decent time. These are just, what is it? Show up on time, show up prepared. You're probably going to be okay in life, okay? And anyone, all of us sitting here, it was our parents, somebody like a trusted adult. Hey, this is what, stay between the lines. And you're going to be okay. So you guys are killing it. I've seen it on my time on the board. And it's, I know it's because it shines, it's not always where you want to be. Sometimes it's keep your head down, stay focused, and come up on the other side.
Thank you, Board Member King. Okay, so we'll move right along to 11.3, which is an update on Special Education Department compliance with NMPD. Superintendent Layton.
President Flores, Vice President, members of the board. So last week I got a call late in the evening by Associate Superintendent Ms. Mondragon, and the elation I heard in the voice was that we had received a call or a letter from PED. Now, normally when you get a letter from PED, you're not excited about it. But in this particular case, she was ecstatic. What I do want to share with the board, and I believe I have last year, we were, well, you know what? I won't take the thunder. I'm going to defer to Associate Superintendent first, and then Dr. Maliki to report on her department.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, absolutely. I am ecstatic about the information that we received. And I was very happy to share with Dr. Layton. And when Director Maliki came and told me about it, we were screaming and yelling and jumping up and down in my office because we did, from last year, the challenges that we had with our special education department after the audits from PED, we did receive notification that we do meet expectations for the district. And I just want to commend Dr. Maliki because if you think about it, she's turned things around, not within a year, it's been less than a year. We got these results just now here in April. So it was fabulous news, and I will turn it over to her next because this is absolutely her thunder.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, members of the board. I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to our superintendent, Dr. Layton, Associate Superintendent Mondragon, for their unwavering support and able leadership. Your guidance and support continue to stabilize and inspire the work that we are doing in our department. The annual determination letter was dated March 13, 2026, from Jill Vice, Deputy Secretary of the Office of Special Education, State of New Mexico. So, to give us a background, in making annual determination, the PED examined the following information from the district, which is the LEA: validity and reliability of state performance plan, the annual performance report for indicators 1 to 14, compliance with SPP, APR indicators 4B, 9, indicators 9, indicators 10, 11, 12, and 13, LEA correction of identified noncompliance, audit findings, and other factors such as unresolved specific conditions, LEA high-risk determination, and long-standing audit issues. The Taos Municipal Schools District Exceptional Programs earned the following scores. If you would look into the page that says 2425 local education agency annual determination data table. So here's the compliance indicator and our scores as the LEA. Indicator 4B, suspension and expulsion by race and ethnicity. For 23-24, there is no review required. Our score is 4 out of 4. Indicator 9, disproportionate representation. For year 24-25, no review required. The district score is 4 out of 4. Indicator 10, disproportionate representation in specific disability categories. For the year 24-25, no review required. Our score is 4 over 4. Indicator 11, child find 60-day timeline for school year 24-25. We got a score of 100%. This means we are compliant. Score is 4 over 4. Indicator 12, the early childhood transition for school year 24-25. Our score is 93.33. We are not compliant, but we are sure to have plans in place to make this one compliant to 100% before March 13, 2027. That's the goal. Indicator 13, secondary transition for 24-25. We get a score of 100%. We are compliant. Our score is 4 over 4. Other factors to be considered: corrected continued noncompliance. We got a score of 4 over 4. No continued noncompliance from last year. For submission of timely data, all data valid and reliable data submitted timely, we get a score over 4 over 4. Audit results for school year 2024, which we all cleaned up for this year. With the efforts of all the exceptional programs staff, we get a score of 4, no findings. Then for the LEA designation, we get a total of 3.88888, a lot of 8s, 9. Designation, we meet the requirements. So, school board, we made it. The achievement is a result of the collective efforts of many individuals that I would like to recognize. To Ms. Rona Ortega, thank you for your dedication in helping Expro meet critical deadlines. To our finance director, Dr. Martins, we are deeply appreciative of your job, of the support in aligning our budget to meet program needs. To our HR team, headed by Dr. Royal, thank you so much for the support. A very special thank you to Andrea Trujillo, our compliance coordinator, for her support in ensuring compliance, and to NWREC 2, headed by Executive Director Valerie Trujillo and her staff, for the guidance and for the trainings, continuous trainings, and for Walsh Gallegos, also under NWREC, for the legal guidance and for supporting us all the way. For Medicaid billing, Dolores Patino, again from NWREC, for making sure that we have the notes and everything has to be monitored. In as much as we could, we are trying our best to make sure that all these notes and services align and we see progress and services delivered to our students. To the members of the instructional team headed by Associate Superintendent Mondragon, with all the support, all the everything that we talk about in the team really made sense to all of us that we are one and we need to come together to help the department. And this is not a one-man team. It is the whole team. To our site administrators, we all have our site administrators here. To those who are not here, you are part of the Expro team. It is in you that we are very thankful that you sit as LEAs in our IEPs and provided us with the support to make sure that the IEPs are being implemented and meetings are facilitated. To our case managers, IEP coordinators, for leveling up our IEP implementations to make sure that IEPs are timely, effective, and compliant. Your work directly impacts student success every day. Most importantly, I want to thank again the Superintendent Layton and Associate Superintendent Mondragon for your continued guidance and grace as Expro navigates the challenges of past compliance audits and the demands of the current year. And I'm not yet done, there's another page. So as a department, we acknowledge that there are always opportunities for growth. We remain committed, able, and willing to learn and relearn and view each step as an opportunity to strengthen and improve our program. I also would like to recognize our Expro trailblazers and request for them to come in front once your name is called. I'd like to recognize Monique Deluch, our Taos Middle School specialist, right? Coordinator, yes. For carrying a tremendous load across middle schools, and Arroyo's Dr. Medina is very happy to have Monique carry the loads in IEP meetings and implementation for his school. Monique is not here, but I would like Miss Linda to please accept this certification on her behalf. So make sure that it's in here. There you go. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. And then I'd like to recognize Ms. Julie Gray for stepping in to provide social work services across all sites after a resignation of one of our social work providers. I'd like Mr. Durrell to please accept this certificate on her behalf. And I'm sure Julie is online, so I'd like to recognize our Expo staff that are attending online as well. So I also would like to recognize Ms. Denise Romero. For managing the financial aspects of our exceptional programs. Ms. Denise? We are partners and we have to stick together. We always have the joke that if we stay longer in the office, we will use our mosquito nets. This is a joke coming from the Philippines that if we stay longer, we will just have to have the blanket and mosquito net because that will protect us and make us stay longer and survive the night. So I'd like also to recognize Ms. Alyssa Martinez. She's our school psych, our school diagnostician, for going above and beyond in supporting Expro's data reporting and compliance efforts. She's not here today, but I'm going to give this to her. She's a very vital, she made a vital role in our exceptional programs. At this time, I would like to ask if there's anybody here, an Expro staff or online. I'd like to recognize all of you. Please take a moment to recognize yourselves. You are the reason behind this success. Good. And again, as exceptional programs, we will remain committed to providing the appropriate services to our students as our duty of care to the maximum extent appropriate. Dear School Board, President Flores, Superintendent Layton, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I am honored to be working in the exceptional programs. Thank you very much. I'm trembling with happiness but thank you so much.
Ms. Malaki, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the tremendous work, the turnaround. This is tremendous. The exceptional program students are our most vulnerable students in the district, and to see that they're getting their needs met and that we're working diligently to get to this point. And, we just got a little bit more work to do and, and then hold the line, and they're the ones that are going to reap the rewards and the benefits in their families because of your work and Mrs. Romero's work and all the staff and everybody that puts in time and effort. It's the kids that matter, and that is why we do what we do. So thank you so much. And I'd like to turn it over to the board if they have any questions or comments regarding this
I
presentation.
think you've said it all.
I
Said it
couldn't-
very well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I-
Thank you for your trust and recognition. Oh, sir.
Yeah. We've gotten to know each other in the state. We have conferences and I believe Hemes, right?
Yes.
You were at Hemes.
No, it would.
Dulce,
yes.
Dulce, yeah. And the Dulce board members, they always tell us how lucky we are.
Thank you.
And this is a testament, Dr. Malaki, why they have said that. So I just want to say that in public. They always send their regards, and I can see why. Thank you so much for riding the ship so quickly.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
And, Superintendent Lane, I just want to thank you because you have, brought this team together. And, being a new superintendent and having to make difficult decisions that have been many times questioned, it shows to your ability to face the challenges and to support your team and get behind them. So, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of our directors, our HR director, our finance director, our operations director, our associate superintendent, all our principals. It shows the teamwork that we have, that we've built, and of course, there's always work to be done. Perfection is rarely ever achieved, but that's what we want to strive for. And again, just want to thank the district in its entirety and all the support staff. There's too many to name, and I've learned that when you start trying to name everybody, you always leave somebody out. With, so I just want to thank everybody.
Thank you so much for your trust and recognition.
Thank you.
Okay, item 12, new business. 12.1 is discussion, consideration, and possible approval for the installation and replacement of fencing and existing gates at Taos High School by Tri-West Fencing in the amount of $197,138.28. We have presenting Mr. Alipio Mondragon, our maintenance supervisor. And again, Mr. Mondragon, I didn't name you previously, but I want to thank you for all your work that you do. We very much appreciate you, and I think you know that. But you have a lot of work on your hands and always facing challenges head on. So thank you.
I appreciate that. President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. This afternoon, I'd like to bring before you for your consideration a proposal for replacement of 4 gates and fencing behind Taos High School. So currently we have the gates back there are falling apart, basically. This is something that needs to get done. Our fencing is also in dire need of replacement. The proposal I have is actually broken up. We're going to be doing the entire back side of the high school. And there's actually a drawing that we included in your packet. It's probably not that clear. but it gives you kind of an idea of the areas that we're going to be working on. So on the back side of the high school along Gustorf, we are going to be installing all new fencing and 4 new gates. Currently, we have swinging gates back there. They are going to be replaced by cantilever gates, which are sliding gates. 3 out of the 4 gates are going to be automatic gates. They're going to be electric. They're going to have electric openers on them. And the reason for that is because we also have, this is also, that area behind the school is also our bus loading and unloading area. We have a lot of issues with buses ingress and egress through that area. This is also part of a bigger plan we have to address that issue, to start controlling traffic the way it flows behind the school, to avoid pedestrian vehicle conflicts, which we have now. So the gates are going to be replaced. We're also going to be doing the fencing from the corner of the football field to the vocational building will be metal fencing similar to what we have at the middle school. That is for aesthetic reasons. We wanted it to look nice. From there on, it's going to be, and this is all 8-foot fencing. From there on, it's going to be 8-foot chain link all the way around, including the garden area. The garden area will get new fencing, the entire perimeter, and that's also going to get the netting, the privacy netting in that area to keep the neighbors from seeing everything that goes on in there, because there's a lot of activity. The funding for this is actually coming from a DFA severance tax bond. We did receive money from DFA for this, so the funding is all coming from them. This funding does expire. We have to expend it by June 31st, before July 1st. So it's important that we move to get this project scheduled as soon as we can. So, it's just fencing and gates. And just full transparency, the electrical portion of this is not included in this. I got that quote just 2 days ago. We are also going to require electrical because these gates are all going to require electricity. So I will be bringing that proposal before you guys at our next board meeting.
Thank you. Do you have any idea of roughly how much the second part is going to be that you're going to bring to us?
We're looking roughly between $30,000 to $35,000.
And is that covered from the same DFA severance,
No,
or is that something
no.
different?
This fencing and gate pretty much expended all the funds we had
Okay.
for that security.
For the electric part, what fund would you be
We
using for
will
that?
probably be using our SB9 fund for that. Yes, our local SB9.
President Flores,
Thank you.
if I may, Dr. Layton, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. So an interesting thing about this fund, since you brought it up, you can see we're close to about 3,000 left in the expenditure of the funding. This funding, Dr. Rayner actually discovered this. We could have used this last year had it been brought to our attention. Dr. Rayner actually discovered this money in his internal audits of his department, and he brought it to us. So we don't mean to throw it at you at the end. It's just we did not have the availability we didn't have the knowledge of the availability of these funds. So thanks to Dr. Rayner and his department for finding it for us, and Alipio and his guys for moving so quickly to get us the quotes so that we could get it to you on this board meeting, so that we can line up the work before because we have to complete the work before the money expires. So I just wanted to make sure we understand that it's not that we didn't do anything with money that we knew about. This was money that was unbeknownst to us, and thanks to Dr. Rayner for finding it for us.
So you might have read the Taos news saying that the governor line item vetoed the renewal of a certain money pot for Taos municipal schools. This was exactly the line. So when Dr. Layton called me, said, what do you know about it? I said, look, I'm working on the ROTF since over 4 months or 5 months, and finally PED approved it. So I strongly support Alipio's approach to spend this money. The last hurdle to jump was we didn't want to approve a $197,000 ROTF because Capital Outlay said, but you have to spend $3,000 more. And my answer was yes. Guess what? I know that, but at least approve now 197, that we get that through the board, that we get it out. And Alipio and Diego already told me that we know on what to spend the last $3,000, that shall be on securities. So jointly with operations, Alipio and Diego, we are trying to spend this money despite the fact it was line item striked. So we were already way ahead of the ball game.
Thank you, Dr. Martins. Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Just a comment, I'm really excited to see the electric cantilevered gates that are going to be installed because that's going to reduce staff time, correct? I believe.
Exactly, and it's also gonna, one of the big improvements it's gonna make is currently there's no way, so activity buses, when they're returning, right now, you know, we do lock the gates at night, so a lot of times if the drivers don't have a key or they got to call somebody to come open the gate, because right now it's all padlocks. This way, they would actually be able to drive around to the back of the school and just use a clicker or a keypad, and they could drive right in. The other thing is these gates will actually operate through a timer, or we can, our director of security and the security supervisor will also have access to them remotely. So they can open them and close them, or they can see if they're opened or closed.
This is a great improvement, something that, I would say districts that have excess money spend money on. This is a great expenditure. And, the fact that you got to call staff out at night, just the thought of that is going to go away. The ability to time them, to open and close at a certain time.
And if you saw the condition of the fence back there, you'd understand why this was our priority. Because right now we have gates that are twisted and falling apart where we have to have two chains and locks on them, because if not, they'll fall open basically. So
also liability, they could hurt somebody.
it is, and we've had homeless people actually go underneath the fence and through the gates and get onto the campus. So this was a priority for us.
Vice President Spray.
I did. I was back there. I went to see Maria for our new computers, and I saw the back part. It's really worse than San Quentin.
Yeah,
like,
those
it's
gates
bad.
were built
Really.
and installed when security wasn't a big issue.
Not
on
even that,
campus
they're
to
just
campuses.
mangled. They look like they've been
Right,
hit.
right. They
It's pretty bad. So thank you for fixing that.
Secretary Chu.
And kind of taking a step back into the monies that are going to be used. And I was going to ask that that part of our budget, Dr. Martins, that there could be a schedule of all these grant monies that we do have, that we will have in the next budget, and so that we know exactly what we're getting, federal money, legislative money, wherever the money's coming from, that there is a schedule. And that way we know what money is coming from out there, and then the assignment of where these monies will be, maybe what department, who's going to be administering these monies, or the program and the spending of the monies.
It's following for some funds, yes, for other funds, no. So why is this? An example, if you look at the funding for federal funds, even PED doesn't know how much money PED will receive. So that means we get a so-called planning grant. So that's the best shot in the dark from PED, what we receive. And then we will determine, whenever Washington made the final determination, how much money we get then per the fund. And then that's the final appropriation, and cash carryover is even later determined. So it's not like SEG. SEG, I hope to receive it before the 15th of April from PED. And that's when, again, the preliminary SEG value. And again, this budget needs to be updated after the final value was determined. And that is typically in February of next year. capital outlay. Mill levy rates need to be set, and then the capital outlay evaluation or the asset values of a Taos Community School District will to be determined. And then again, we have a budget, and then comes the reality, So we plan, of course, as good as we can, given the data, and then during a fiscal year, we need to update depending on what does PED tells us, what does the county treasurer give us, and so on and so forth. So I would like to caution to say we know exactly how much we receive, because we don't, and we know exactly how money will spend. Again, we don't. Why? We plan for positions. Do we know, can we fill everybody? Do we know if somebody decides to move to a different opportunity or to retire? So the budget is a plan. And as everybody knows, a plan, contact with reality means it will be updated. Of course, we are trying our very best as our team here to plan very well. But again, it's a plan.
So Secretary Trujillo, yes, we will provide as best as we can the information so that we have a schedule of the whatever grants or expenditures that we have to do with the timeline.
And again, what I'm saying is the schedule, you have a schedule at the beginning of your budget. But then as other grants come in, that's updated. So it isn't that in fact, you don't put them on the budget until they're fully executed. So that is and so it's just informational as part of the budget. And the rest of it is all what you all do.
But Member Trujillo, what Ms. Mondragon and myself, and also operations and everybody else, or special education, as we have heard, finance is proactively talking to programs. We are proactively tipping, look, I found this money, what's going on? Ms. Mondragon told me, yes, I know you just did an increased bar for a fund, and you are looking for to spend the $16,000 now, and you said it's a challenge because PED put so many restriction on the usage of the funds. So I believe the key here is with stronger together, this topic from the superintendent, stronger together, means also that finance is a network to every area of the school district, because we are talking money. So at the end of the day, money helps, puts everything together. And these communication channels, this open discussion, I mean, if Alipio and Marcus and Nicole Cardenas or Norel wouldn't have worked since 5 months on this 197, we wouldn't have any chance to spend that money, because it took us 5 months to convince PED. Alipio, that's not the first quote he did on that. We tried, I believe, Alipio 2 RTFs before, and twice it was denied by PED. He said, no, you can't use it for this. So to your point, we are working very collaboratively, stronger together. And I believe, as you can see, let it be no special ed, let it be no this, it works. Will it be perfect? You will see later today where I found something where you, no, I think on a later point, what is it? 12.4, the board will be rather surprised what I have to tell you. Again, positive and negative. The transparency, the collaboration, the teamwork, I think that makes the budget work.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Martins. Yes, thank you, Secretary. So just for the sake of time, I think it's a wonderful project. Safety and security is important. We've found some money that needs to be expended. Oh, Board Member Concha, I apologize.
Just a quick comment. As far as exhibit and supporting documentation, maybe we could get some photos sometimes just for the public, and for everybody to really see the condition.
I apologize for.
No, it's fine.
I did.
Yeah.
I thought I had included a diagram in there, but like I said,
it's helpful, and I think when Ranchos presented that they needed new flooring for the gym, we actually got to see the warpedness, all of that. And again, it's not a big deal, but it helps. And
I agree.
And then as far as the schedule, I agree with Ms. Trujillo. And lastly was, thank you for the clarification on the funding from Director Herrera and Dr. Rayner, because this really felt like we were doing some heavy spending tonight. And, you know, like, it's good to know, like, that that Dr. Rayner actually discovered the additional funding and the reason why it's presented the way it is. And like, all of those details are helpful in making these types of decisions. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Concha. Great comments and feedback. Superintendent Layton, do you have a recommendation on this item?
President Flores, Vice President Sprague, members of the board, recommend approval of the installation and replacement of fencing and existing gates at Taos High School by Tri-West Fencing in the amount of $197,138.28 as presented by correct, I do want to say correct title, Alipio Mondragon, Maintenance Supervisor.
We have a recommendation for approval. At this time, would any member of the board wish to make a motion for approval? Board Member King.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the installation and replacement of the fencing and existing gates at Taos High School by Tri-West Fencing in the amount of $197,138.28, presented by Olympio Mondragon, our maintenance supervisor. Item 12.1.
Do we have a second? We have a second. We have a motion for approval from Board Member King and a second from Secretary Trujillo. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Sprague,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mondragon. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Martins.
you.
In fact, we'll be hearing from Dr. Martins here shortly. 12.2, discussion, consideration, and possible approval to purchase and implement the KEV School Solution System to manage the revenue stream for all activity and athletic funds in the amount of $21,625. Dr. Rainier Martins.
Following, Mr. Rule and I, we worked together to verify, okay, he actually came up, I think, almost 6 months ago with the idea, what can we do for online payments? We investigated and we discussed it, and then finally we figured out the system KEV. I can go later on into some technical aspects, why from an accounting point of view that will strengthen up, but I want to give now all the opportunity to present KEV to you.
Superintendent Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the board. I actually apologize for doing this to you so late in the evening because this ended up a lot longer than what I anticipated. But I think that it was very important for this to be thorough so you truly understand what we're proposing tonight. So what we're looking at is a digital payments infrastructure, which would allow us to provide more transparency with regards to payments that the district is receiving. As far as our activities accounts, donations, everything like that. So the reality of this is that school funds are everywhere, but oversight isn't. Activity fees, athletic fundraisers, donations, thousands of dollars flow through schools every year, but not all of it is centrally visible. And that's a problem, in general. Without unified tracking, funds remain scattered across departments, spreadsheets, and cash boxes, creating gaps in accountability and transparency. So next slide, please. Listing some of the core problems. With cash, you can only imagine, I think it's one slide back, yeah. With cash being handled manually, you can only imagine what happens from that cash from day to day, whether it gets lost or I don't want to go any other directions, but those are all possibilities. So physical currency passes through multiple hands without systematic tracking or automated receipts, creating gaps in accountability and increasing risk of loss or error. Decentralized processes are a really big problem as well, because inconsistent financial procedures makes it nearly impossible to maintain consistent standards, unified reporting, or comprehensive oversight. And the third core problem that I listed for you all to see this evening is that with limited district oversight, we cannot manage what we can't see, right? I think we can all agree to that. So without a centralized visibility, the district lacks the tools to monitor fund flows, identity discrepancies, or even ensure compliance. Next slide, please. So there's potential audit finding risks associated with some of the problems that I just highlighted. Incomplete documentation is a very big deal, even when handling, donations. For example, we can't receive a donation if you don't have the proper donation or paperwork to receive that donation, right? Inconsistent tracking. So inconsistent tracking and delayed reconciliation as well. Next slide, please. So with cash handling liability, there's no automatic receipts, no real-time tracking, and very high potential for error as well. Next slide, please. And another risk, compliance gaps. So fragmented documentation, difficulty tracking funds, and reactive reporting. Next slide, please. All right, so the bottom line in our proposal this evening is that this is not only a Taos Municipal School District issue. This is a challenge of tracking school level funds. It's actually recognized nationwide as a school finance blind spot affecting districts across the country. And so risks if left unchecked, missing funds that go undetected, audit findings and question costs, loss of community trust. Addressing this issue proactively protects our district, our staff, and public confidence as well. Next slide, please. So this is, we've actually been doing some looking around to find what digital payment infrastructure might be the most suitable for our district. We came across a system that's called KEV. And so what KEV does, it's a digital payments infrastructure. It tracks every dollar. It creates full audit trails, provides real-time visibility, integrates with existing systems as well. So when I talk about integrates with existing systems, it's very important for whatever system that we're looking at to make sure that, like with our new integration of Synergy, for example, this is able to communicate effectively with Synergy. So this will allow us, and I'll get to this in the next slide, but allow Maria, for example, to track the students with outstanding funds and fees, create virtual online stores for clothing, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But that's when I talk about integrates with existing systems, any technology that we're looking for, that's why that's very important. So what KEV actually does, first and foremost, it's an online payment system. We're also able to track cash. So just because it's a digital payments infrastructure, it doesn't mean that we have to go completely away from cash. It's just going to limit the amount of cash that is being flowed through our system as well. And so hopes with maybe one day, we go in a different direction than just managing the cash because of the obvious risks that are associated with that. It has fee management and also school accounting and reporting. The school accounting and reporting is very important because it allows us to create that transparency that everybody's looking for with the payments that we've received throughout the day. Every night, what the system does is it generates a reconciliation sheet that would be sent directly to our finance team for them to see all of the cash payments, all of the any type of payments that we receive that day. And what's really nice about this system is that it actually connects to something that you mentioned earlier, our funding streams as well. So this reduces the manpower that it actually takes to handle all this, the cash that we manage throughout the day. So sorry, I think we're on the next slide already. Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'll probably read these ones because they're important. So how we will use KEV. KEV will transform how Taos Municipal School District manages financial transactions across all schools, providing centralized tracking and accountability for every dollar collected. We can use it at sporting events, student activity fees and donations, fundraisers and online stores, like I mentioned as well. Next slide, please. So something that I gathered from, because this wasn't just a Dr. Rayner and I decision that we're coming together and saying, oh, this is a really great idea. I think for transparency reasons and something that I see is reoccurring and you all have highlighted this evening is that the team that I've been introduced to on the leadership side, they're very collaborative. And so I think with that collaboration, if we bring transparency, it's really important for us to have these discussions with the individuals that this could potentially affect. So getting with directors like Maria and getting with athletic director Olgin. So we made sure to have those conversations with them and said, what experiences are you looking for as far as these transactions? What do you need to make sure that this is an all-inclusive system for all of us? So just to go off of that, for the parent experience on Maria's portion, she was looking for one login for all students. So if you're a parent, all of your students are managed under one account. You can pay anywhere, anytime, 24/7. That also goes with the help from the KEV side. They've said that they have 24/7 assistance if anybody outside the school district needs it. That's everything that'd be handled by them. They provide automatic reminders to parents, and they also show a full payment history for their reconciliation purposes as well. Next slide, please. So I am under the true belief that with the more transparency and I think just the difficulty and the risk that lies with the donations that we're receiving on a daily basis from the community school standpoint, but I see it across the district as well, is that there's a lot of potential to receive procurement violations if the transparency is not there. So I think that in this essence, this really better protects any of the staff or anybody that's involved with managing any of the cash that we're currently collecting. So some of the key benefits, there's role-specific advantages. So on an administrative level, Dr. Martins would have different access than somebody at as a teacher level, right? So that's why that's really important. So there's streamlined workflows. For the finance team, it'd be real-time visibility, principles, budget clarity. For any bookkeepers, there's not really a need for spreadsheets. We'd probably still utilize them, but it could help with that as well. And then as far as teachers, we could really completely take them away from having to manage cash completely. So yeah, this system really eliminates the manual processes that are integrated today. So this is also thank you, next slide, an audit-ready system. So every transaction is tracked. I've stated that before. There's built-in controls and a full audit trail for any of our auditors that would like to see what we're looking at. And then I kind of went over this slide already. It works with what we already use, integrates with Synergy, syncs data, student data automatically, no manual entry, and there's not going to be any missed fees as well. Next slide, please. And so what's really interesting about this system in general is that they're already working in other districts across the state. So Espanola is one, and Rio Rancho Public Schools is another. So that's actually how Dr. Martins was informed about this potential system as well. So
I'm really impressed with your slide deck.
thank you.
Good
I
job.
appreciate it. It took
Dr. Martins, you better not steal him from community schools.
I took
He's already been warned.
I took it from I mean, it took me a long time, and I was worried because I didn't see it on the board agenda, and I was like, wait, maybe it's good. I could just go. But then Sam said, no, it's still going to be there, and I said, okay, well, it kind of
Skip out
stinks
on
for
us.
everybody because it's the end of the evening, and these slides are kind of long.
While Sam gets the PowerPoint presentation back up, I do want to commend him because Mr. Gonzalez. So one of the things that he also looks for is leadership. And I gave him one of the pointers of getting that 360 leadership, how to lead from whatever role. And he has taken that to heart. And one of the reasons, besides knowing the system, that he wanted to do this tonight is to get that leadership experience. So that's one of the reasons why he's also here to help out.
President Mark,
Secretary Shu.
you mentioned audit findings, but again, anytime you have public money, and again, we fall under the statutory requirement that monies have to be deposited within 24 hours. So this would most likely settle that issue. But again, that's the compliance and the protocol that comes from how to handle public money.
So basically, this CAF system, Secretary Trujillo, I call it, it manages the revenue stream. The expenditure stream is still in Visions, the revenue stream for CAF. And now here comes, for me, the beauty. The CAF system is not only talking to Synergy, but also talking to our accounting system. And that means the reconciling of a revenue stream is not necessary because the activity accounts are in the CAF system and reconciles automatically the cash in the system. And of course, the cash is then in the bank account, but we have no cash to or book to bank variances, which we are struggling with currently. No, the other thing is Rio Rancho had a, let's say, interesting experience with activity accounts. I quote now a higher director of Rio Rancho. We got a get free out of jail card once with our auditors. And when we implemented the system, and since then, he says, we weren't again in the jail situation. So basically, that's the reason why I looked at the system with Raul. We don't want to be spearheading something new. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We looked at districts who had similar challenges like us and overcame it, and basically replicating what others already successfully did. That's the reason why it led to this. And from a money point of view, Raul compared it also to, I think it's called GoFundMe right now, what athletics is using. Or GoFan. So, and price-wise, it's competitive. That's also the reason why we say, okay, the system would help Taos Municipal Schools to be operationally strengthening the management of activity accounts. And as Raul said, activity accounts are great, but from a pure audit and finance point of view, they are really a headache.
Vice President Spree, you have a.
Thank you, thank you. Full service here. You look so proud of Raul. It's hilarious. I love it. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just had two questions. Where is this parent company located? Where is it? In America
So,
or?
yes, in America, but where in the USA, I honestly don't know.
Okay. And then secondly, are there any unseen costs? Like, is there a monthly fee to use it or?
There's an annual fee, so there's an annual fee to be paid, and then there's, of course, the implementation fee. So this would cover the implementation and the annual first year annual fee, and then it's a recurring fee for every year.
So how much do you think it would be every year? Oh, 12,725. Okay, sorry, I didn't have that piece of paper. I'm sorry for asking you that if it's in my binder, but I'm got a lot of things in my binder. Sorry. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Continue,
Good job.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Very good job.
Okay. And so, I mean, we can probably skip, let's see, let's skip this slide. We kind of talked about that. Let's, I want to go down to increased community trust, because I think that's really important for us to address. I think in being in the position that I'm in, it's really important for us to garner that community trust. And I think that, to be completely transparent, the sentiment around being able to provide funding into the school district is not shed in the greatest light right now, to be completely honest. And so this is kind of what kind of got me to start spinning my wheels about this, because I want to get back to gaining that community trust again. And I think that with this system and how seamless and easy it is to use, like I can't wait, if it is approved, for me to be able to show you all just the initiatives that we can create within the system. And one of the important questions that should probably be asked is, as far as GoFan, because we're using it currently for athletics, is whether or not, if we were to take GoFan out of the picture, if it's a New Mexico what is it, Sports Association, Activities Association requirement to have GoFan. So I did check with our athletic director, Olguin, and he said that it was not. And he said, as long as you teach us how to use this system, this is something that we'd be interested in utilizing as well. So, this would potentially take away one system that we're using kind of one-sided and allowing us to expand across the district. So let's go. I have 2 more slides, I believe. Let me go to this one. Well, we can all agree that every dollar matters, of course. Let's go to the next slide. So this is one of the last slides. So kiosks. Why that's important is because at every game, we're still able to have kiosks where people can buy the products that we have, go into the sporting events as well. What's really interesting is once we set up the sporting events, people can purchase tickets pre-sale, go to the game because a QR code is sent to their email. They go and they scan it with these kiosks. They can enter the game. We can still collect the cash at the door. We can still pay at the door, but that's an additional feature that I'm not 100% sure whether or not we have today. Another thing is ability to create initiatives. So if you have a fundraising initiative, my idea with this is, let's say a shoe drive, for example. It's not always 100%. We're just gonna go out and ask for these shoes. What we're gonna request is if you have some funds that you'd like to provide for this specific initiative, like a shoe drive, we can create it through this website, create a QR code, put it on the flyer, hand out these flyers, and have everybody that would like to participate scan the QR code. It takes them to the website. They pay on the website. And if they want, it also lets you get into detail as to like, I want $50 to send to Arroyos, $50 to send to Enos. It gives you that flexibility and that capability as well. We talked about the ability to purchase tickets to sporting events already. Overnight transfers and this is really important because we're talking about that compliance aspect that you just brought up. Overnight transfer of collected funds to connecting funding strings as well. And I know that's going to limit the manpower that it takes to go out to the bank to cash the checks, anything that we're receiving, make sure that they're posted into the system correctly. It'll all do this automatically.
And additionally, an example, I was once at I think, Renata, it's called the CEO class at the high school. The CEO class at the high school.
Yes.
And I have been asked, can we as a district provide an online store? And I said, currently we don't have that. This system enables, an example, a CEO class high school kids, if you want to sell something, if you want to try out, if you produce something, if you want to sell it, the system would give them the ability to put their online store there. So basically you have an activity account and then you put your merchandise on there. We can sell it. Okay, we need to deliver it. No, the system doesn't do that, but it handles the revenue cash, no? So it's again something which then maybe some teachers and students also might use for that kind of feature. So yeah, that's our proposal, and here we take your questions.
Well, first of all, very impressed with the slide. More information is always better. Thank you for putting that together. It's very comprehensive. It shows that you took the time to prepare that information and wanted the board and the community to see why you guys are requesting this. I don't have any questions. I think it's a great initiative. Again, we're moving into the future, moving forward, being innovative and creative. I have no questions. And
just have one more comment. I see that initially the one-time training and implementation is 21,625. And then it says annual recurring software and services. That would be the additional 12,725. Is that would just be for the following year, or is it yearly?
No, that's so as long as the district wants to use it, and I'm pretty certain that inflation will kick us one day. So that's a yearly recurring fee.
That would be the yearly cost.
Yes.
And this cost, so GoFan, for example, is something that we're recurring already. I'm not sure. Do you know how much it was recurringly? But we initially, this would take over that expense because we'd utilize this one system. So there's already an expense that's there as well, but we just integrate the systems into one. And have that one expense.
I think it will pay for itself,
It
most
would,
definitely.
Definitely.
Board Member King.
Yeah, I think Mr. Gonzalez says something very crucial. I was meeting with the community member yesterday, and, you know, you're from Taos, you're back, and, you know, people are waiting on the next chapter from the forensic audit. So I think this is something let's get in front of, even something that Mrs. Lewis, Olivia Lewis, can report about, the transparency that we are aware of, you know, loose change. We, you know,
Every
we're
dollar.
tightening up the operation. And, you know, this is public funds, as Mrs. Trujillo, I say reiterates on very frequently, and I think it's great.
I would have to agree. I mean, as President Flores said, it's impressive what you both put your heads together to do and the presentation. I mean, minimizing mistakes, the accountability piece, the transparency. It shows forward progression. I think, you know, sometimes we kind of feel like we're hanging on to old culture and especially with us at the Pueblo, they still do paper POs and, you know, just trying to move into, you know, and it's work, you know, smarter, not harder. And yeah, I was definitely it was worth the end of the night presentation for sure. Thank you.
Seeing you both up there, you remind me of a basketball team. One's a shooting guard, and the other one's a power forward. Yeah, you guys make a good team. And then I just have another comment. As I look across the room now, you know, Superintendent, you came into the district wearing suits. I'm gonna have to start wearing a suit, I guess, because I see Marcos in a suit coat and all the, our Director Royale and Dr. Marins, Mr. Gonzalez, and Renetta's dressed, yep. You guys are, you really raised the bar around here. I'm gonna have to.
I mean, you couldn't get into the roundhouse without a suit, so.
What?
They couldn't get into the roundhouse without a suit.
That's true.
But let's not get off track here. And then one more comment too, Mr. Gonzalez, I remember watching you play basketball for the Tigers, so it's really good to see you back here, you know, working in the district. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much.
May I say one more thing? I do want to say that just thank you to everybody that's, you know, in this room, because if it wasn't for you accepting the ideas that I bring forth and my team that I work with on a day-to-day basis to allow me to kind of work independently and come up with these ideas. And I want to be remembered for somebody that never approaches a problem without a solution. That's something that I definitely want to instill within our district. And that's something that I want to lead, you know, the initiative if you don't feel that that's already there. But that's something I definitely want to be remembered for. And so, you know, with, you know, even the wisdom of Dr. Layton that he sheds on me, you know, it takes me very far, you know, with being able to work with Associate Superintendent Mondragon. You know, I wouldn't be looking at staying again this year if you all didn't allow the flexibility and even me the opportunity to bring ideas like this forward, because you're talking about next chapters, you know, the old age way of thinking coming into terms with the new age way of thinking is really how we move forward and how we keep progressing and how we don't get left behind. And, you know, the craziest part is, you know, I have to give the kudos to Dr. Martins for even allowing me to have this discussion with him and for him to help me explore options and have him allow me to take a leadership role in meeting with everybody to make sure that this system's going to work for everybody as well. And, you know, just the way that he thinks and what he's bringing to the table is really important for the district as well. And so, you know, I hope that, you know, everybody is, you know, that's here now is coming back next year, because I think this year was really about putting a lot of new systems into place, and next year we can really set ourselves up to thrive.
Thank you.
Well put.
Yeah, amen. I second that.
Thank you. I just had one other comment. I want to really commend you for saying the hard part, which some people think it's hard to say the truth, but the truth is actually much better than not saying it. And the thing that you said about some people not trusting the money flow at the district in the community, I think I've heard that a lot too. And I really appreciate you having the courage to say that out loud.
Well,
Thank you.
it's, you know, if it's a problem, we have to come to a solution with it. If it's
Right.
the reality of things,
Exactly.
we're not, you know, it's even, it goes back, you know, there's going to be a time where I come back and I present to you all of the wonderful work that we've been doing with the community school sites. how far along our coordinators have came from point A to point B, and there's going to be an opportunity for that. But, until that time, these solutions and everything that we're integrating, I'm not here to allow that negativity to linger around our district, because I want to help, the rest of the leadership here thrive to continue to bring, excellence to, and just continue to bring us together as one.
And you're running for mayor, aren't you, next year,
No.
next time? You sound like.
Very,
Renetta won't let me.
I love to see the mentorship from Dr. Martins, Dr. Layton, Miss Associate Superintendent, like that, like you're creating like the next generation of leaders, and that's exactly what he is. That's why I said, don't steal him from community schools. But because Dr. Layton said that, it allows for that space and that growth and that flexibility. Again, he's not siloed to community schools. And I think that's super important. He definitely has an extensive background, as he showed us, in the schooling that he has. And so, yeah, I'm excited to see where all of this goes.
I just want to echo the comment about, focusing on the negative or allowing the negative to affect us. We've come out of, would term it as some dark ages, with the forensic audit and the community questioning, the reasoning behind it, and then finding out why we entered into that, and now coming out of it, having Dr. Martins here, Dr. Royale, yourself, Superintendent Layton. Of course, there's still going to be, questioning lingering, the negative lingering, but we have to look past that, and we have to, focus on the vision and the mission and our future ambitions, and just keep moving forward. So definitely appreciate all the comments, appreciate the presentation. Dr. Martins, thank you for supporting Mr. Gonzalez and both you guys working as a team on this. Definitely a team approach, getting out there into the district and speaking to the other staff. So I think we're definitely, it sounds like we're supportive of it. No need to continue with it. We'll hear more from it as it goes. Please.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah, we're gonna get, yeah, recommendation.
Thank you for the
approval.
reminder, Dr.
Recommendation for approval.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend approval for the purchase and implementation of the KEV School Solution System to manage the revenue stream for all activity and athletic funds in the amount of $21,625 as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance, and Raul Gonzalez, Director of Community Schools.
We have a recommendation from Superintendent Layton. Would any member of the board wish to make a motion for approval?
Okay, I'll do it. I make a motion for the approval of the KEV School Solution System to manage the revenue stream for all activity and athletic funds in the amount of $21,625 as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance, and Raul Gonzalez, Community Schools Coordinator for District of Taos.
Second.
All right, we got a motion from Board Member Concha and a second from Board Member King. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha.
Yes.
Board Member King.
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo.
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And Dr. Martins, you're staying here, I see. We got discussion consideration, item 12.3 for possible approval of signature authority at Sentinel Bank. Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
Vice President Spray, just for the last point, North Carolina, the company comes from North Carolina. That's the headquarters.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Royal, look that up.
Thank
So
you.
for this one, please do not approve the current full text, what I wrote. I think, again, the name is not correct for Carol Chavez or Carol Gomez, so we need to verify the last name, please. The rest, the last time when I was with the latest board resolution at the Centennial Bank, when the Centennial Bank employee said, yeah, okay, this is all nice. Are you aware that Maria Fidalgo and Carol Gomez still have signature authority? And I said, that's the reason why we did resolution. She said, no, that's not good enough. That's I put now this resolution on there to get these former consultants off the signature authority from Centennial Bank. I believe it's really necessary. And in the same manner, basically replacing these two signatures with Director Nicole Rael Cardenas and myself. So basically to shadow what was there. And then basically I request additionally 4 new checkings accounts. So we discussed that later, and for being able to open a checking account, I will need your approval. Leslie, for questions?
I don't have any questions. Just to clarify, we had previously approved this resolution. This is an amendment to, amended, corrected.
It's a different resolution because the bank told me to get the signature authority taken away from these two folks. I need a resolution, and the former resolution was not good enough for that. That was about user management and online management and positive cash positive cash feature, but it didn't include specifically the signature authority. And when I was sitting down with a prior resolution, the bank employee didn't tell me that I need a specific resolution for removal of a signature authority. So I said, okay, great. Thank you that you're telling me after the fact. That's the reason why I'm again in front of you trying to clean this up. So finally, I hope.
Board Member King.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Martins, who's the person you talked to over there at Sentinel?
Ms. Archuleta, primarily.
Tanya.
Yep.
Tanya? Trying to place her. Is she a teller officer?
No, she's in a back office, so to speak.
Me and Secretary Trujillo met with her, and she takes her job very, very seriously when it comes to dealing with the district funds. In fact, she calls me directly whenever she has any kind of question. Of course, as the president, when Dr. Martins first came on board, she called me when Superintendent Leon was first on board, questioning, the changes and transitions that we were creating.
Have you met the CEO? Have you met Angel?
Personally not, but I was at the CEO event where Dr. Layton was at the old bank building at the Zocalo Plaza, and but personally no.
I'm just trying to, is she downstairs? Is she at the office?
She's upstairs.
She's upstairs. Yeah. Because, obviously having a mortgage company, you really want to, and Hell is the person, because I hate for you to be,
She's assigned.
it sounds like to me, it's like this, you're going in circles, and I don't want to see this, like you said, should have been addressed 2 months ago or 3 months ago. Maria and Carol, this is, so I'm just saying, I appreciate this, but this is for a small town. We should have this should have been addressed, and I'm not blaming you by no means, but that's what I'm curious who you're talking to, because they know that you're the new guy, this is department head, and I'm sure you let them know that, hey, we're moving forward with these things. So I'm just curious. I can't place her. I don't, I'm sure if I see her, but that's why I was curious who you're talking to. Okay.
Thank you, Board Member King. Secretary Trio.
Actually, it had been addressed way back then. Again, noting that there was a change, but they were requiring a certain resolution.
Yeah, a very specific one.
To be executed by the board, and so again, we have been in contact with Ms. Tanya. What's her last name?
Archuleta.
Archuleta. Yes. So
Any
very noted, but
further
again,
questions or comments? Superintendent Leon, do you have a recommendation on this item?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval for the signature authority at Sentinel Bank as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance.
Okay, I will move to approve, but prior to that, I want to read the resolution, being that it's a financial resolution for the record and for the transparency. So it's fiscal year 2026 resolution number 26-03-001, a resolution pertaining to the update of the signature authority at Sentinel Bank and the creation of new checking accounts. The updates would be as follows. Security authority will be removed from Maria Fidalgo. Signature authority will be removed from Carol Gomez. Signature authority shall be given to Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance. Signature authority shall be given to Nicole Royale, Assistant Director of Finance. A new checking account shall be created with the name Taos Municipal Schools Local. A new checking account shall be created with the name Taos Municipal Schools Capital Outlay. A new checking account shall be created with the name Taos Municipal Schools Debt Service. A checking account shall be renamed from Federal Projects to General Account. Now therefore be it resolved that the Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education approves the updates as indicated above. Dr. Martins, do you have anything to add?
No, and just that you wonder, no, our general account has literally the name federal projects, and that of course threw me the very first time when I read bank statements or I look at our data threw me off. I mean, who would figure out that the label federal project means that is our general account? Who would know that, no?
Go figure, huh?
Yes.
So move to approve resolution number 26-03-001 as read and as listed on the agenda. It's approval of signature authority at Sentinel Bank. Do I get a second?
Second.
A second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Martins. We still have you on the next item, 12.4, discussion, review, and possible approval for a proposal to invest 3 sinking funds related to the GO Bond Series 2010. Dr. Martins.
So following, the district receives, of course, mill levy rates to pay back GO bonds, and there's a series 2010 A and B, and the district since 2010 pays that off. Now, technically, it works like this. We don't pay off the folks who gave us the money. We put the money, the principal, into a sinking fund, and then at the very end, it's a balloon payment. So it took me 7 months, I think, to get my hands on this bank account. So finally, the bank confirmed me that I have access to the data. And I talked to the bank and they said, look, we are wondering, White House since 15 years does absolutely nothing with the cash. So that's the reason why I propose that we we have roundabout right now, I think it's 10.2 or 8 million in cash there, which is generates 0 interest. And of course, you know me by now, I don't like that. So I gave you the 3 proposals the bank suggested, and I gave you, I believe, my opinion, what I suggest where to invest in. That is all based on the bank's recommendation. Of course, any investment has a risk, but as the state treasurer also has a risk, the bank and I believe that would be positive to invest that money and create interest on a low risk investment. And that's basically the proposal, no?
Did you say $2 million? Is that what you said?
No, I said 10 million.
10 million, I just couldn't get. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's basically every year we pay it off with principal payment. The biggest advantage I see, of course, for the Taos municipality is the money Taos schools, which we receive from a county treasurer to pay back bonds, we don't have then to send so much to the sinking fund anymore, because the sinking fund creates interest, reducing, of course, when the principal payment. So that it's literally, it's hitting us directly on the bottom line, I call it. Yep.
So it talks about, so you would invest in 3 different funds?
No, I would suggest one fund, but I gave you all 3 prospects and what so one needs to read the prospects before you can invest into something. But if I recall correctly, in my letter, I also already mentioned which investment I suggest. If I recall correctly, I think it was Goldman Sachs. Is that right?
So I would suggest that if the board so chooses to approve this, that we identify that it would be invested in Goldman Sachs as recommended. So before we go forward, any further questions or comments?
The only comment I would have is that this was approved by, this has been approved by our bond council.
No, look, the bond council and how the bond gets paid was set up in 2010. So, but the whole point now is you have the sinking fund, the cash, and that has nothing to do with the bond council anymore because it was all issued. It's your decision to say, do you want to just keep the cash or do you want to do something with the cash? And of course, my proposal is please do something with the cash because it helps the community.
And the total amount, total cash again is what's listed there?
No, it's now we made some payments. No, now it's over 10 million. So that was before the last payments. So every year we pay really a substantial sum, obviously, but a substantial sum of money the school district paid. We pay every year millions of dollars back in GO bonds. But as I said, this money it doesn't go to the people who gave us the money. It's the sinking fund to make at the end a balloon payment. So if you did that for your house, no, typically what an investor does is either speculating that the house value goes up and that you can easily make your balloon payment, or you have the cash and you say, okay, with my cash, I generate more interest than what I need to pay for the bond. And then I do my balloon payment at the end, and my profit is the spread between the interest, no? So, and yeah, we have the money. The only thing, and I said, this is nothing from last year or 2 years ago. It was way before the forensic audit. When was this was set up in 2010? I think nobody thought about, okay, we have that money, we need to do something with it. So basically, we have forfeited, 15 years of interest, no? I mean.
Board Member King.
Okay, Dr. Martins. What is our, with Goldman Sachs, is this a perspectives or you're showing the interest here?
Yeah, in the prospectus, you find all the data. For Goldman Sachs, I think is currently around about 3.7 to 3.9%. And as you know, these interest rates are volatile. No, the state treasury was at 4%. Now it's, I think, at 3.6%. The main thing is it's not zero.
And is it monthly? Is it?
No, that's always a year. No, so it generates monthly, yes, but it's the interest rate is then extrapolated for per year, no, in the prospectus.
And it's a bond?
No, that's
it's an interest-bearing account.
It's an investment vehicle. What now exactly what Goldman Sachs is doing with the money to generate this interest is in the prospectus. No, so it's a low risk investment. It's not a high risk ETF with 20% potential of earning and 50% loss or 100% loss. So we don't do this. We're conservative, of course, in money, public monies. So this is why I told the bank I need conservative, low risk investments. And these were the 3 suggestions. I read through them, and my conclusion was that Goldman Sachs offers the best interest rate with this low risk portfolio. No.
Okay, one last question. What is low risk? 1% risk, 2% out of 100? You can be educated.
No, I will not do that because every investment has a risk.
So, of the 3, I said this is the lowest.
No, all 3 are low risk following the bank. I didn't even look at middle or high risk. I said, look, middle and high risk, I don't want to go to my board with that.
I can't remember which meeting it was, but Stifel. We looked at what the presentation that they gave us, and that was on the structural and other considerations. And that was the capital markets negotiated bond sale and what, and I have kind of checkmarked the interest earning. So the possibility that we approved was what we're doing now, correct? And that was more flexible underwriting process, the full receive full project funds amount and control funds at closing, higher transactional costs, but can invest unspent bond proceeds to offset interest costs, reimbursement from proceeds for projects that have already started. So again, this is what we're doing at this point. Is that correct?
It's a similar idea. No, the difference is the sinking fund is not our money anymore. So we can't spend this money. It's a sinking fund. No, so we forfeited ownership. However, you're still the manager of the money. And the bank said, you didn't mention, so they told me, Martin, so you're not managing your money. I said, okay, what do you mean? Yeah, you have since years this cash there. And the bank, no, BOK says, we tried to talk to folks here, and I know why we ran into doors, because I really wanted to talk to them, and it took me 7 months to get there where I'm that I can present this to you. It was really complicated to convince them to get me authority to online to see what we have. And the statements, you remember that the auditor asked us, hey, you have an asset, you have a sinking fund, you need to provide me your asset for our financial reporting. So the auditors knew, and in our audit reports, this money is mentioned. It's just like that we didn't manage the money.
Let me ask you something. Is that 367,000, is that what was in the sinking fund? Has it been earning interest while it was in the sinking fund?
No.
It didn't earn any interest or anything?
Up to now, we have literally only a checking account with 0.0% interest since 2010.
Okay, so
said
all
we
of
lost
this,
out on
we moved
15
out of the
years of
sinking
interest.
fund into this other husband option. And now the total is 9,398,697.
In the latest statements I pulled, it's over 10 million.
I guess I have a question in regards to like security of the transfers and the transactions. How was that going to be the oversight on that?
Basically, I want to give you a resolution, if you would approve, to the bank and say, okay, the board approved that you can put that into this investment. It's still, again, we can't spend this money, so the bank manages now for us, but with this resolution, we can say, okay, now I can do something with your money, and therefore I generate this interest, and then the principal payment is coming. Effectively, they told me, okay, it's the principal payment due minus whatever the interest may be, and then this is what we have to pay from our checking account to the bank to satisfy the principal and interest, what we owe, who has the rights on our bond. And once these bonds are fully paid, then the sinking fund wipes out 100% of the debt. Now, if you ask me, why is that a good bond? The reason is the IRS doesn't give us a check for that, because in 2010, there was a tax law that this kind of money generates an IRS reimbursement. So every year we get a little bit from the IRS. So that's one reason why I wouldn't like to pay off a bond anyway, because we get this IRS check back. But additionally, of course, I would like to generate interest, because that's a prudent management, in my opinion, of public money.
They have been explained to us previously, so what he's doing now is what he needs to do.
Superintendent Layton, do you have a recommendation in regards to item 12.4?
President Flores, Vice President Payne, members of the board, recommend approval of the proposal to invest 3 sinking funds related to the GO Bond Series 2010 as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance.
And I think we need to, and that would be a recommendation for Goldman Sachs.
Correct.
Would any member of the board wish to make a motion for approval and identifying Goldman Sachs as the investment?
One last question. Doesn't work.
Discussion.
Appreciate it. What's the term of this bond? Are you aware of this, the term of this bond?
The term, is published in the debt schedule, and the term is every year we have to pay principal and interest. That money goes to the Bank of Oklahoma through Bank of Albuquerque, so that's conglomerate. And once the term of a bond, now if it's 15 years or 20 years, I don't know at the top of my head. Once the last payment is done and the term of a bond is finished, then I said the whole thing gets wiped out, and that would be it. So the main purpose of this is to minimize the future principal payments by generating interest. So the principal payment absolute value is the same. The question is, from where do we get the money? Currently, we get 100% through the mill levy rates, and I hope in the future we have the interest, therefore reducing the money from the mill levy rate. No.
If you could, Dr. Martins, let superintendent know on the term of this bond. You just let us know in regards to FYI. Obviously, I don't want to put you on the spot. That's something you can't pull out, but I'm curious about it. we can know that.
Anybody want to make a motion?
It's a little complicated, so I think I'll let you do it. But again, I think that the rational, to read that, it basically explains it.
Yeah, okay, so superintendent has a recommendation for approval. I'll make a motion to give authority to Dr. Martins, Director of Finance, to invest 3 sinking funds related to the Geo Bond Series 2010 into a Goldman Sachs investment account.
Second.
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha?
Yes.
Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
Vice President Spray?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Martins. Okay, item 13, other new business.
Appreciate it, Dr.
13.1, discussion by the board on the 2026 New Mexico School Board Association Student Scholarship Nomination. Superintendent Leyen, and then from there, I believe. Want to discuss it, Vice President Spray? Okay.
Go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead. No, actually, it's the discussion for the board.
Okay, well, I don't know if this is. Cricket. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, sir. I'm not sure that this is cricket, but I don't think this person should be penalized for being related to anybody. But that can happen. I don't know what Joe Guillen would think about it. But through knowing Naomi, I've met her nephew many, many times. He's a great kid. He's a senior. He's thinking of going to New Mexico State, and he loves science. And I just thought if it isn't prohibited by law, but talk about having related to someone on the board. I don't know. Maybe Naomi, you can't vote for it. I don't know. But I don't know how everyone feels. His name is Carter Reeves, Reeves, and he is a darling. He's just a darling kid. So that was my suggestion. Thank you. You're welcome. He's adorable, and you've done a really good job. with him.
I see no issue. I think, what is the deadline for this scholarship?
2 days from now. No, yeah, the 10th. We have to get it to Joe by the 10th.
Yeah, I think it's just more of a consensus to go ahead and move forward with the recommendation to nominate this student for the 2026 NMSBA Student Scholarship. I see no issue.
Thank you.
I support it.
Appreciate it.
What's his full name, Board Member Spray?
Carter Reeves, Reeves.
Okay. So thank you for bringing it up
welcome.
and sharing with the board.
I actually found 2 others too, but this guy came to the top. There were 3. I asked the PTSO and they had a couple suggestions too.
Okay. So if you could just work with the Superintendent Legan, I guess, or Jogian to get that in the student to get the,
I think Superintendent, probably you'll send Jogi an email. Thank you. And can you copy us on it? Thanks.
okay, at this time, it is item 14, executive session, 14.1. Pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically superintendent contract, including possible extension and changes, if any, to terms. This is a continuation of the board's conversation from the last meeting. For the record, it is 9:03 p.m. I would like to make a motion to exit general session and enter into executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha?
Yes.
Board Member King?
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo?
Yes.
Vice President Spray?
Yes.
President Flores?
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for all your efforts.
So late, huh?
Recording has stopped.
Very loud. I apologize. We woke you up.
That's right.
This is like our ballot.
Good to go?
Yes.
Okay, the board has exited executive session. I would like to make a motion to exit executive session at this time.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. For the record, it is 11:09 PM. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. For the record, at approximately 9:03 PM, the board entered into executive session pursuant to Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss limited personnel matters, specifically superintendent contract, including possible extension and changes, if any, to terms. We are now moving to item 15, old business. 15.1 is possible action regarding superintendent contract, including possible extension and changes, if any, to terms. At this time, I would like to make a motion to extend the superintendent's contract for 1 year, beginning at the end of the current contract term.
A second.
And in regards to changes, if any, to terms, no changes to the terms of the contract at this time. It'll remain with the existing terms of the existing contract.
A second.
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
No.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
No.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 16 is future topics. Does the board have any future topics they would like to bring forward?
I would. I'd like to keep diving into the food services situation and the fresh food for the summer situation. And I also just wanted to remind the board that they should be thinking about if they have any suggestions for things to put into the budget for this year, start thinking about that. Thank you.
I would like to bring up the student outcomes governance training that we would like to continue with. If we could schedule a possible workshop or how we would like to move forward with that, Superintendent? Any other topics?
The foundations, any presentations that they have, any monies, any funding that they can help the schools with?
Okay, item 17 is upcoming Taos Municipal School Board meeting. Our next regular board meeting is April 22nd, 2026 at 6 PM here at the boardroom. Item 18 is adjournment. It is 11:12 PM, so move to adjourn.
Second.
Second from Board Member King. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Any
you.
opposed? Adjourned.
Recording has stopped.
Ah.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did. It did work. Okay.